Good afternoon, everyone. This is Serene Sarkar, and I would like to take the opportunity to welcome you all fine people, our delegates, dignitaries, and all the VIPs to our day 2 uh, virtual symposium, of course, PPPA 2021. After a super successful 2020 PPPA symposium that was happened actually in Mumbai, Taj. This is the second year we are doing it on the virtual platform. We all know digitalization is the next generation success. Of course, holding on to that, we have to gift our next generation a brighter and a better future. It says, Shubham Karotyam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya Deepa Jyoti Namastute Deepa Jyoti Namastute. Salutation to the light of the lamp, which brings spaciousness, health, prosperity, and of course, which destroys inimical feelings and forces. I know COVID actually has given us a lot of challenges, and digitalization seems to be the only solution to, remove all the challenges of our life. And that is the reason this PPPA 2021, this virtual symposium, is organized by ISM Maharashtra section. So on behalf of ISM Maharashtra section, I would like to take the opportunity to welcome you all fine people once again. Now, let me give you another piece of very important information that day 1, that was yesterday, was a super successful one. We almost had around 550 delegates in our virtual symposium, which was overwhelming, and people really have enjoyed. And let me tell you that we were expecting a lot of quiz winner, but we have got only one winner for the quiz contest that we had. Now for the second day, all I want to share is we have this quiz contest open for all of you. All you have to do is go to the lobby, and there is the quiz box. You have to click there and submit all your answers. Remember, you have to give correct answer for all the questions, and then only you will be eligible to get a brilliant and exciting prize. Okay, now wasting not any more time, I would like to thank all our sponsors who have been a constant support to our virtual symposium, and to thank them, I will name all of them: Snyder Electric, Vega, Immersion, Forbes Marshall, SICK India, Pyro Electric, New Flow, Murugappa Organo Water Solutions, Sapcon, Rital, and our media partner is IED. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's start this wonderful virtual symposium, which is PPPA 2021. To start, I would now like to invite Mr. VP Raman and carry forward with the session. Mr. Raman.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Serene, for to start the proceedings of the second day. On behalf of ISA Maharashtra section, I welcome all the delegates, speakers, expert speakers for the day. Yesterday we had a very grand success, and today we are sure that it will be on the same lines or better than that. So I'm very happy and honored and privileged to have Mr. Anil Bhatia, who is going to be our keynote speaker, who will deliver the keynote address on secured IoT interoperability from sensor to IT enterprise. Mr. Bhatia is a Senior Vice President and Managing Director of Emerson's Automation Solutions, India. Mr. Bhatia is the Managing Director since February 2017 and is based in Mumbai. In his current role, Anil drives the growth for multiple business groups, focusing on providing process automation solutions across industries with major focus on digital transformation. He is championing the campaign on diversity and inclusion for the organization in India. Anil began his career with Emerson in 1995 and moved to international assignment from 1997 to 2005, operating out of various world areas like Dubai, Austin, USA, and United Kingdom. He relocated back to India in 2005 and moved into a senior project management and operation leadership role. After 5 years of growing the systems and solutions in operation business, Anil took over the power and water business in India in 2015. Anil then moved to power business operation for complete Asia Pacific operation from Mumbai. Anil is currently the board member of IIT Washington University, also a member of the MBA Strategic Advisory Board of John M. Olin School of Business, Washington University in St. Louis, USA, and actively engaged with various industries body like USISPF, IHS Market, and ISA Delhi. Anil is a regular speaker on digital transformation and process automation in various industrial forums and has published several technical articles on his topic. Anil has completed his graduation in Instrumentation Engineering from University of Pune. He lives in Mumbai with his wife and son. And it is a great honor for me because Anil also knows me personally well because we are associated with other associations. With this, I would request Mr. Anil Bhatia to come on screen and deliver the keynote address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Raman. I am not able to start my camera because it says the host has stopped it. So maybe if the host can enable it, yeah, now it's okay. So thank you, Mr. Raman, and first of all, thank you for this opportunity by you and ISA team. It's absolute honor to be on this forum, and it is really appreciative the way ISA is spearheading this, and even during this current COVID times, we are able to get these sessions done in a virtual mode, and I am absolutely honored. I will just share my screen now. Just give me 1 minute. Hope you can see my screen. Are you all able to see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So, today's topic is very, very relevant. It is around secured IoT interoperability from sensors to IT enterprise. As Sirin, said, I think the next with, COVID has taught us many lessons. Of course, digitalization in India was going at a good pace, but now I think with COVID, things will just go at a much, much faster pace based on whatever I am hearing when I meet all the senior leaders across during my various interactions. So without much ado, I'll just try to first, safety always has been our core value in Emerson, and I know all of you, all of us working in the the process industry, how important is safety. And I just want to kind of give a perspective around, since we're talking about digital, we are all seen the evolution of of our automobile industry, and you can imagine how our automobile used to be in the past, 4 sensors, hardwired, and how it has evolved today into a full-fledged automated safety kind of driven vehicle, and so many sensors and digitally network. In fact, even for example, the tire pressure which you see on a car on your screen, it comes to you by a wireless mechanism. So if you see here, almost everything we do in a car like a with high safety features, everything is around sensors connected, and then finally information getting flowed to your dashboard. So one thing is very, very clear. I want to give this message to all: the safety doesn't cost. So we should never ever compromise when we want to pay for safety, because safety actually will pay for itself. So this is a one example relating to the automobile industry. Going to the next chart, today's subject is around interoperability and obviously digital transformation. But what I wanted to first, when I meet with various CEOs, various business leaders, various instrument heads, various process plant leaders, as to what is the typical concern they have. And I keep on collecting that and I try to summarize here. First, very foremost is obviously protecting life and health of our people who run our plant. And I think COVID has shown us how we were all very, very careful and very, very supportive to our teams. Obviously, the plant assets have to be protected. Safety, overall safety is first. Environment, the way things are becoming tougher these days, I think environment is also going to be playing a major role. And any CEO, when he wants to deploy a digital strategy, have to make sure that he also is taking care of environment. Regulations, I think in the way we are moving forward, the regulations are only going to become more stricter. So obviously it's important. Saving of energy, reducing of cost of risk. When you have a risk, obviously when we run process plant, there are risks, but then how to reduce the cost of the risk is very, very important. Improving productivity, very, very key today. The world is becoming very, very, very competitive, as we all know. And, making sure that we automate our process well, we have proper tank utilization, less manpower, etc. is very, very important. And then finally, improving public relations, because, when we run our plant, there are a lot of local communities nearby, and we have to make sure that we have their support. And they believe and are convinced that this organization is taking care of health and environment of people and around very, very seriously. Now, if you see, these are all the very, very important aspects of anybody talking about a digital transformation or digital strategy for the plant. Now, today's subject is interoperability, right? Now, as instrument engineers, when we talk about interoperability, we try to relate with all the sensors should communicate with everyone, and there should be everything should be interoperable, which is very, very fair. I will definitely talk about it, but I want to go one level above. As instrument engineers, we also have to think what the business wants. And if you see today, the business, any business leader you ask, he will say he wants interoperability across functions. That is also very, very important. For example, when you have safety, right? Safety should be part of your overall digital strategy. So location awareness, where your people are, or hydrocarbon leak detection, safety alert system, independent tank, all these are very, very important, and they should be interoperable with the overall digital strategy. Again, another important aspect is, very, very, it's like a nightmare for any instrument head or any process plant leader, is the reliability of the assets he is operating. Again, the important aspect here is the digital strategy finally should make sure that you don't have, unplanned downtime, or it is restricted to minimum. And even if you do have your root cause analysis, you are controlling your corrosion upfront, your machineries are well monitored, your pumps are well monitored, and everybody who needs the data, the right people get the right data. Again, that is very, very important from a functional interoperability. Obviously, the next comes productivity or production. Today all of us are living in a highly, highly competitive market, and we have to make sure we keep on making ourselves more and more efficient. Any CEO in the board meeting first gets asked, what is he doing to get a better performance next year? Again, here the digital strategy should be in such a way that we are able to optimize our plant using the latest and the greatest of the technologies that are available: artificial intelligence, machine learning, dynamic batch targeting, and many, many more, like mobile operator rounds. All these are very critical to make sure your productivity is, to the maximum. And on the right side, I would definitely want to talk about, I think we all know, energy and sustainability. India is committed to reducing the carbon footprint, and our strategy, I'm sure many of you are following this. Only companies who really take care of sustainability of the planet will remain relevant as we move forward. And energy, management, energy sustainability is the key. Again, here your digital strategy has to cover everything, be it energy advisor, be it heat exchanger, steam trap. I think all has to be covered there. And finally, the key, the one which drives all in the whole business, the whole planet is the workforce, right? And again, the workforce by this digital strategy, one has to be safe. Second, has to be very, very empowered so that they are able to drive even more value. If a digital strategy doesn't empower your workforce in taking faster decisions, or they don't get the data to collaborate, then I think the whole strategy will never work. So overall, if you see a digital transformation, in my view, and again, this is not my view, when I speak to many, many CEOs, they come up with the same thing, that it is finally a customer-owned strategy of integrating digital capabilities to improve the overall business, project operational performance. So again, I would say, as instrument engineers, never rush to believe that interoperability only means interoperability of instrumentation and networks and communication, but also how all the functions are interoperable. Look, with this as a base, I would like to then also share with you, since we are talking about digital transformation, I would like to share with you some of the very interesting survey results. So, first of all, it is very, very well proven now in survey that clear and actionable roadmap is the biggest barrier toward digital transformation. And you will be very surprised to note that when a survey was done, only 20% of the business people, leaders, believed that they are having a clear defined vision roadmap. Again, it shows how important it is to have a digital transformation roadmap. But then on the right side, if you see, like a paradox, 90% believe that for their digital transformation to be successful, there has to be a clearly defined roadmap. So again, as you can see that only 20% feel that they have a clear vision roadmap, but 90% believe that for it to be successful, that the defined roadmap is very, very important. And that's where you as leaders, all those who are listening, will have to make sure that when we define our strategy, we make sure that our vision and the roadmap is very clear. And the last side on the survey is around OT and IT, how it is very important. We keep on hearing this OT, IT, and there are a lot of debates attended, for pros and cons, for and against. But I believe strongly, as we move forward, I think OT and IT will have to collaborate together, and the instrumentation automation industry will not be the same as we move forward. And this survey result also clearly kind of shows that. So overall, if you see what the industry is talking is around digital transformation, and the clear message coming is have a very clearly defined roadmap. That if I go to the next slide, this is our, I'll just quickly talk about, our Emerson's digital transformation or the digital strategy, what we promote. So obviously, the most important, as you all know, for the past decade or even more, we have been, the industry has been investing in smart devices. Everything is smart. The walls are smart. The devices are smart, and we keep on seeing evolution in this. We have non-contact corrosion today, and we have location awareness today, where we can actually locate the individual's location inside, or toxic gas analyzer. So all this is there. A lot of investment happened in the past, and I'm sure as instrument engineers will continue to deploy new technology. But when this was done, it generated a lot of data. Until now, the data, this layer obviously was already deployed with the DCS, and making sure the data is available for everybody, but it was not still deployed or utilized. The data was not utilized in a way which should give the benefit of such an important data that has been gathered over years. And that is where the L3 comes in. And Emerson has a unique way of doing it. We can kind of plug and play various areas. You can have personal effectiveness related kind of application installed, or asset management related apps involved, our plant web optics, our KNet. So all these come in the second layer. And then what happened now is the data which was available has come to this is now available in the right place to the right people. And then once the data is available in the right format and right people, there comes then the layer 4, which is the consulting and implementation, having industry experts and digital strategy experts, and also having software as a service model where you can even remotely monitor your assets, and we will be able to provide you is the what is going to happen in the plant because of the past data and using the AI ML technologies that are available. So this shows that again interoperability is very, very important, because data has to flow all the way and make sure that we are able to utilize all the investment in the past that has been done and what we will do in future. So this is a typical layout of how Emerson is promoting the digital transformation architecture for the organizations. Now going back here again, I would like to talk about this very which is a interesting chart for all of you, that we have data available, and then this is where the interoperability challenge comes in, right? Because we are trying to, the current architecture has left us in silos. We have DCS, which is data historian, laboratory has some data, maintenance team through their asset management systems have data. These data have to go all over place, and sometimes engineering, reliability, maintenance, operations. So a lot of data mashing and complex architecture exists in the way we invested in the past. Obviously, this investment cannot go waste. So I will cover how things will evolve. But important part is that currently, right now, data is there and it is flowing in all directions, and many organizations obviously are working towards kind of consolidating that. And that is where you see in my next chart, I will be talking about what is the way forward, to manage this data. So you see, this is where this is where you have data available, as I said, the field layer, the control system, and the data historian getting aggregated. And we also have the now edge based equipment, where you don't even need to go all the way to historian. You have edge analytics available in the devices itself, and there are apps available. And then now what happens is this data, instead of we taking it from individual, we kind of get a moment of truth, which is what we are, which is also termed as an OT data lake. So what you do is get all the data which we are getting from various sources in the right format, in the right way at an OT data lake, and then utilized by operation analytics, workflow mobility or dashboards, and then obviously goes to the customer cloud, where you deploy operation analytics, connected services, software as a service, and enterprise analytics. So as you can see, the investment that was done here obviously should not go waste. This is the new era where you will now get edge-based devices as well. All this getting connected to an OT data lake, and then here the real enterprise level work happens, and how you are able to kind of provide the data in a meaningful manner for doing the right things. And as many of the industrialists in India have said, data is a new gold. And imagine this all data for a process plant, how important it is, how the gold is mined here properly, and then the data is provided in all these services to give the right decision making and analytics and proactive decision taking process applications to the leadership and to the enterprise. So now this is how the whole thing will evolve. Obviously, security also plays an important topic and as an important subject. And today, I think the topic also talks about security. So as you know, I mean, you will be attacked. There are good actors in the world. There are bad actors. will try to do, to play around with you. But then the technology today has made it possible to make sure your IT OT systems are well secured. And even the security can happen all the way. Security breach can happen at a field level, but wireless HART and HART IP always had, secure protocols are available. Then of course the web users, the Agile certification, ISO secure, all this, and at least Emerson, the way we offer our whole kind of system, which is all kind of enabled to ensure that we never get attacked by these and not vulnerable to this. So the ISA 62443 standard is deployed, and we don't want, as instrument engineers, we don't want to reinvent the wheel and start doing more. The standards are defined, and what we have to make sure that we deploy the systems which are conforming to the standard. And that is where many times one may get kind of bogged down thinking, okay, it is a cheap system, let me do it, less cost. But then less cost comes with own problem. So make sure that you always kind of deploy your digital transformation architecture based on providers who comply to all the security standards as we move forward. Finally, to conclude my kind of session here, I want to just say that I know there is a lot of very, very interesting discussions planned in the day, throughout the day. But for any critical success factor for a digital transformation, it is very, very important that first of all, any decision you make should be made on the base of business outcome. I think that is the key. Never try to deploy a digital strategy where just thinking, okay, it is available, I'll deploy, but make sure there is a business need and a business outcome associated with it. Secondly, I have seen when even some large corporates try to deploy digital transformation at a big level and not been able to success, because this is an evolving area. So make sure that it is my view that is scalable, so that you can go slowly required, but then it has got a vision that it should be able to reach your final vision. So whatever you select today, even if you're investing lower, make sure that it is scalable, and then it is guided by a vision, and you're able to do it in a phased manner. And finally, whatever we invest, it has also have people investment involved. We have a right skills available to drive this whole digital transformation. I think if we have these things right, we will be definitely able to achieve success. And we have seen many such examples in some of the large refineries. We recently incorporated our digital strategy on only one unit first, and now that they really are satisfied, now they are going to multiple units. So overall, I would just say, and this is my personal view, that in a digital transformation, first of all, always think big. Never ever, if you start thinking small, you will become irrelevant. But at the same time, you can start small based on your investment, investment plan, investment budgeting. But then once you're successful, keep on moving very, very fast, because all those who will, and I think as Mr. Raman and Sirin said in the start, all those who will not be able to catch up on this can become irrelevant in the overall business. With that, I want to really thank you all for having me here. I know we have great sessions lined up today, and I will be very happy to take any questions, if now or at any time. You all can reach out to me for any particular questions. So, Mr. Raman, again, I want to thank you and thank ISA Maharashtra for the opportunity. And obviously, we'll continue to work with ISA together as we move forward to take the instrumentation, association, instrumentation kind of that journey to the next levels. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anil. It is an honor again to meet you in virtual platform like this. I have one small question before we break this session. Now, there are many cases where the existing plants are having legacy systems. They would like to go for a gradual upgrade to the smart system and finally merging with the interoperability system. how far do you think this is feasible? And what do you think will be the investment in terms of percentage to change from a legacy to a smart system?
So, I would just say one thing, Ramanji, as I said, if you are in a legacy system which is very, very, very old and you never upgraded, then also there are paths available. But generally, I have seen those who have invested in DCS have been able to upgrade. And the good part is the digital technology, as you saw just now, is not really DCS dependent. So you can also deploy digital transformation at the top. There are various gateways, and also, as I said, the new edge analytics available. So it is normally there is a fear that will be a very big investment. But again, if you talk to the suppliers, if you talk to the partners, I'm sure they will be able to lay out a path for you, but on a gradual investment, you can take them to the next level. The important part is, as you rightly said, one has to start thinking, because if you don't think and if you remain on a Windows NT or a Windows Windows 4 based platform, then obviously at one point of time you will remain out of the race, and then the investment will become too big. So my suggestion will be, if you have a legacy, start thinking immediately, connect with your partners, and also connect with the partners like us who can even do a system on the top without really worrying much about what DCS is deployed, because there are many ways available where you can get the data out. So that is my kind of 2 cents on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatia. Thanks a lot. And I don't think we have got any question beyond that. Now I would request Ms. Serene to take over to the next session, please.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and have a great session.
Much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatia. It was indeed amazing listening to you. And thank you very much, Raman sir. It was amazing to have you even every time when you moderate the session. Not wasting any more time, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to our next session. The next session, once again, plant digitalization, addressing the challenging business environment. And to moderate the entire session, I would like to invite the marketing chair, ISA Maharashtra section, Ms. Janvi Kotwani. Janvi, it's over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Shireen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you all in PPPA 2021 Virtual Symposium. Our topic for this session is Plant Digitalization, Addressing the Changing Business Environment. Well, I take this opportunity of introducing our renowned speakers, Mr. Jigar Kayastha and Mr. KAUSHAL Shrivastava from Emerson Automation Solutions India. Mr. Jigar Kayastha is the National Wireless Sales Leader, Rosemount at Emerson. He is responsible for driving all wireless digitalization business for Rosemount BU of Emerson Automation Solutions in India. He has 22 plus years of rich domain experience of sales and marketing for various field instrument solutions and served various industries like refineries, petrochemicals, chemicals, life sciences, power, etc. across India. He holds a BE degree in Instrumentation and Control and post-graduation diploma in Marketing Management. He is instrumental in project planning, design engineering and exploration with various industries for digitalization, IoT, wireless solutions for enhancing reliability, productivity, safety, emissions at customer end. Mr. KAUSHAL Shrivastava is the Sales Leader Reliability Solutions India at Emerson. He has 25 years of rich experience in the field of asset reliability and machinery health monitoring technologies and their application to sites. He holds a BE degree in production from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and has been working at Emerson Process Management since 2006 with responsibility of sales and business development of asset reliability, predictive technologies, products and services, and analytical platforms. He has worked for the company companies SKF India Limited, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, and as faculty at IIPM. He has presented various papers on maintenance management, integrated predictive maintenance technologies, digitization solution for sites assets at forums like ISA, Chemtech, NTPC, ONM, and seminars, etc. So I'm very much delighted in welcoming them for the session. I know our wonderful audience is eagerly waiting for the session to begin, and trust me, the next half an hour is going to be quite an interesting one. So without much delay, I would request you, Mr. Jigar and Mr. Kaushal, to please come on screen and present amongst us. Over to you, Mr. Jigar and Mr. Kaushal.
Janvi, am I audible? Thanks a lot.
Yes.
Okay. And is my screen visible?
Yeah, your screen is visible.
So thanks a lot, ISA Maharashtra team, and on behalf of Emerson, I welcome all the participants and delegates. Thanks a lot for giving us this opportunity. I and my colleague KAUSHAL Shrivastava, we will take you through the topic of how plant digitalization can help us to address current business challenges and the newer environment of the COVID. We will be covering largely these 4 topics. First 2 part will be covered by me, and next 2 by my colleague Kaushal. So what all are today's challenge in the industry and what could be the way forward? Pervasive sensors, data connectivity, platform and software, and the connected services. So thanks to Mr. Anil Bhatia, he has already laid the platform and made my job, I will say, easy. We will be narrow downing to the specific solutions for the industry. So what are the today's challenge, and then what could be our way forward using the digitalization? So in current scenario, also we would be targeting to have our top quartile performance ensured. And when we talk on top quartile performance, as Mr. Bhatia indicated in his in earlier presentation, we cannot ignore the safety aspect of the plant. We will definitely require a very reliable operations of our assets. The emission and the environment norms need to be followed very consciously. And if we don't follow, or if we don't address these kind of important aspect, we cannot have a very good production parameters and production results. Operating cost will go high. So I cannot have a good operations on my plant if I don't look on the safety, I don't look into the reliability or the emissions or health safety environment. So traditional issues with our current plants, or even for the newer projects, is the technology adoption. We would be very choosy that we go with the right partner and right technology is being selected for our plants. If we have old infrastructures, then there is a timeline that where we need to address those aging infrastructures, whether it is COVID or non-COVID, we will have to address those kind of scenarios. Okay, complex operations and our current manpower need to gel with each others. We will be definitely requiring to address the maintenance and reliability aspect of the plant. Even if we have lesser manpower, even if we have travel restrictions, we will have to do that. So how we do those things post-COVID or even during the COVID, we never know that whether this is the full stop or how many waves are going to come, how many newer restrictions are going to come. So addressing these all challenges, regulatory compliances and all those things, and still ensuring the top quartile performance, the only way is to implement digitalization in our plant as much as possible. We will have to have the right roadmap, right partnership, and right technology adoption to deploy the digitalization and make our plant pandemic proof. So that's the only way. And for that, what we need to do is completely transform on the digital aspect. The role of our workers, our team members, and everybody who is contributing on the overall performance of the plant has to be improved, and it has to be an interoperable approach. As Mr. Bhatia indicated, it's not only the interoperability at the device level, but at the various discipline level. So currently what we are doing is we are having more and more this grayer part. Our people are doing a lot of regular routine work, collecting the data, adding that data into various Excels, analyzing that data individually, and taking the outcome of those analysis, those results for an action. So that's the traditional way. We would like to reduce this grayer part and improve the bluer part as much as possible. Rather than collecting the data from field, let that data come to the control room automatically. I'm sorry. Let it go to the right platform, right analytics, and right historian, analyzed it properly with the right software or the right analytics, and then the available results are something which is an actionable information where we can do the right services to the process, to the equipment, to the assets, and we can run our plant. We can still achieve the top quartile performance. We can still address all the challenges with the lesser manpower. Even if our partners, even if our suppliers are not able to reach to the sites, they are not able to travel, we can bring our sites to them through a virtual platform and then address all of our pain area. So to do that, this is the simplest possible way, or I will say the model or the parameter by which the digitalization can be made, implemented in phase manner in our plant. We need to have more and more data automatically coming to the control room, for which we need right newer sensors. Let our typical traditional critical loops and closed loop be operated the way it is being done. But when we want to address beyond that for the enhancement of the performance of the plant, like addressing the productivity, reliability, reliability, production, and the health, safety, environment aspect, those all are the newer area where we would not like to deploy the manpower to the field, but then we would like to address those aspects. So for that, the newer sensors can be the pervasive sensors or the wireless sensors, which we will be discussing. With the right connectivity, that data should be made available to the control room. We need to address all the security aspect, and that's where the right protocol and right topologies are important. And once that data is coming to the centralized place, it should be having all interoperability to hook up with the various DCS or the independent system, and then the right analytics will analyze those data. Different pain area, different applications will have the different analytics to be deployed. There cannot be one solution for all the pain area. So various analytics which will be covered by my colleague Kaushal, and then we will be addressing the connectivity to address the pain areas, to address the solutions through cloud computing and serving our customer by the connected services also. So this is the plant web digital ecosystem, the whole architecture from immersion to serve and deploy the digitalization solutions across the plant. The best part of this solution is it is covering all the layer of the requirement, starting from the sensor layer to the connectivity, then the analytics platforms, and then the services, cloud computing, and remotely serving the customer. We also provide the consultancy part for addressing some of the pain areas and then deciding the roadmap collectively with the customers. And this is going to gel, or this is going to be implemented along with your traditional installations and traditional way of addressing the critical loops and closed loops. And these all are the newer areas which is going to serve the bigger amount of the sensors, the big data which is required to address the other part of the production and reliability and safety, utility, energy, everything. And for this, the best part of this solution is you can start from any corner. You can start from top, you can start from bottom, left, right, absolutely not an issue. And you can keep going on enhancing on the overall system architecture. So I will be covering the bottom two layers. As I said, the pervasive sensors of the data, and then the connectivity, and rest two will be covered by my colleague. So the bottom layer of pervasive sensors. So as I said, the wired devices can be there in which can be our old installation, or even in the newer projects of brownfield or greenfield projects. This can be for the traditional closed loops. However, wireless HART can be the newer part which can be deployed to address anything beyond those kind of closed loops. We need not require to have the same treatment to critical and non-critical applications. You can save on, the customers can save a huge in terms of field hardware, control room hardware, and the deployment time. Whatever the data is transmitted through this wireless HART communication to the gateway is connected through digital communication to the control system. It can be any make of the control system, SCADA, independent system, absolutely not an issue. Asset management or machinery health management systems, not an issue. And for this input to the system, there will not be any physical IO cards required. So there is a huge reduction in the plant hardware, erection hardware, commissioning hardware, engineering part, deployment and everything, plus the huge hardware reduction at the control room. The best part here is the traditional legacy of HART communication, which was there with the 4220 bus. The same HART information is now traveling through air up to the control room, and hence it is giving all the process parameter plus device level of diagnosis as well. The wireless HART is the protocol which works on IEC 62591, which is an industrial standard to deploy the wireless solutions in any industrial environment. It has all the certifications and everything is available. The platform is based on these 5 pillars, that is the reliability, global standard, interoperability, security, and ease of use. So it's using the self-organized mesh network, and any data is any sensor is going to a multiple path of communication with the automatic selection of path, no manual intervenes, and data can reach to control room. At control room, it gives all the possible gateways and connectivity to get it connected with various host system, completely interoperable system for multiple vendors within wireless HART. Completely secured system, multiple network can be there at a time, and there cannot be a crosstalk, no jamming, and serving a lot of IT requirements also. The certification, tools, tackles, installations, other specifications are same as wired device. Even the configurators and everything is same as wired device. So for operator level, there is nothing big to deploy this kind of sensor. But where it gives the edge is this one. If you have a greenfield or brownfield project, or if you want to deploy these kind of additional sensors in the plant, then you will reduce, as I said, the lot of field hardware like JB, cable laying, cable tray, marshalling panels at the control room. And hence, starting from the engineering phase to the deployment phase, a lot of work can be reduced, a lot of purchase, FAT, SAT can be reduced. And it is very important that in current COVID pandemic scenario, we reduce this work, we go with the lesser man hours and still execute the job. So this is something which is the smarter way to address the measurement, go for more and more sensors, but with the lesser hardware in the field and control room, and also gives us the flexibility of addition, deletion, relocation of the devices and scalability as well. When it comes to sensor, since we are not only going to address the process parameters, for process we have same traditional pressure, level, temperature, and various measurements. Apart from that, there are unique sensors like the corrosive measurement, the acoustic sensors, the vibration sensors, the gas detectors, and these are going to be the sensors to address your safety norms, to address your safety requirements, the hydrocarbon leak detections and energy environments, or steam trap measurements, or for that matter, the location awareness sensors are also available, asset monitoring. So a lot of sensors are there to address those kind of other aspects of the plant or of the business as well. And if you notice, most of the sensors are non-intrusive in nature. So apart from field hardware, the installation hardware or the installation work is also reduced. The customer is able to deploy these kind of sensors without stoppage of the process or any production loss. The unique sensor is these kind of sensors are also available for the utilities and all. Like this is a pressure gauge with the sensor of a transmitter, and it is having the wireless output also. This is a temperature transmitter with a non-intrusive measurement. However, it gives the process parameter, not the surface temperature. And the uniqueness for the further scalability is, apart from wireless HART, which is there for the field network, we call it wireless field network, which is there for the process parameters and process measurements. we would be definitely looking for the plant network also, the wireless plant network, where it should serve, we should have the connectivity for the mobile workers, for the videos, for the asset tracking, for the people tracking, safety mustering, and we will not require to go for two different systems when it is with the Emerson. Emerson can give you a combined solution, the combined gateways, which can serve for the wireless heart for the process area, WFN network, and can serve with the Wi-Fi network, Wi-Fi connectivity across the plant for the WPN network also. So that's the uniqueness from Emerson. So with this, it serves the IT/OT coverage also. And with this, after knowing the data layer and the sensor and the connectivity, I will hand over to my colleague Kaushal to take you further for the software and the services platform. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jigar, for that note. So let me know if you can see my screen now on the page. Yeah, is there?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So once again, good afternoon from my side. This is Kaushal here. So before I really go and talk my pitch here, let me pick up the points with my colleagues like Jigar has talked about and our MD, Mr.Anil Bhatia, talked about earlier. We talk about something called as doing the digitalization in the post-COVID area, where the collaboration among the technologies is one part. And in that, my colleague Jigar talked about the wireless as an enabler, which is not only talk about the process, because process digitalization we are in places since ages, since the time of the PLC or the DCS, we were doing monitoring, continuous monitoring the process part. But now the call of the day is more fit during this COVID time. And why it is more fit, probably we will be able to pass on the message when I go through my subsequent slides and all, is all about looking at the safety part, looking at the reliability part, the environmental part as well. So that's where the wireless as an enabler comes quite handy. And that's a reason we are pride in saying that in Indian industry across 400 sites who already deployed the wireless technology by one way or other. That means either one parameter, temperature, pressure, or maybe some is going for the temperature, pressure, vibration, some is going for correction. So that's how the industry is getting adopted, because the digitalization is a need felt by the industry almost, we can say, from 8 to 10 years. It had taken the pace. But in last 2 years, or maybe we can say since, to be specific, since last year, April, when the COVID has hit us and we all had been restricted in our closed flat or the houses, then we felt like the digitalization at the industry level to be more relevant. And that's what the part one, our this pervasive sensing part, which my colleague Jigar talked about, brings some of that. And other one, which I am going to share with you, that once we have a data in place, when we analyze the data and we put account the relevant corrosion data or the vibration data or the acoustic data across my steam trap monitoring and all, what I am going to do with that data? Is it only to look at the data, or look at certain actionable information out of that data? So with that particular tone, let me start my session here. So my colleague Jigar has already talked about the two part. I am talking about the platform and software and connected services. This two part I am going to touch upon. So if you look at, as I talk about, we look at the plant digitalization from a holistic process point of view. So for any kind of operations part, yes, we have things in place. Process is being monitored 24/7 by the operators. We go to any industry vertical. Can we say with the same confidence about our other part, which is my maintenance? When I use the word called maintenance, it doesn't mean only my assets that is rotating, that's rotating on the process. It can be my assets as a human resources as well. Probably we are not. It's not like we're not doing it. Only thing, we have a different platforms in place, or different softwares in place. Like for rotating assets, definitely industry has a lot of solutions in place. Similarly, for the instrument and valves, they're monitoring something, control valve, the DP transmitters and all. There are solutions in place. Similarly, go for my performance analysis or my fixed asset analysis. But only point is, these solutions are in respective silos and in some building, some room of my process plant. They are not accessible to me in real time. And that's why when we are talking about today about the post-COVID, or we are still in the COVID area, probably the need of the hour is, can I have this information in a collaborative way in front of me where I am? For example, Kaushal right now sitting in Delhi. So I have my process plant in Mumbai, or maybe process plant in Visakhapatnam. can I know sitting in my room, my house, what's happening in my Visakhapatnam plant? If that is a need which people have felt more and more, answer is yes. And that's what we are going to touch upon subsequently. For that, why we need to monitor, why Kaushal needs to understand what's happening in Vizag plant. Because if I don't know what I'm going to measure, I will not understand what's happening there. If I don't understand what's happening there, I cannot control it. If I cannot control something happening in my process plant with any assets or maybe with my people or with my environmental leakage of the steam or maybe my hydrocarbon leakage, I cannot control it. And when I cannot control it, it causes me the pain. And pain finally is my routine. So ultimately, whatever we can call it, it will definitely cause me the monetary losses there. That's why knowing it, understanding it, knowing the criticality, knowing the application specific, we need to start measuring. And for that, since ages, a lot of solutions are being available. I already touched upon that. These are the ones which people were doing quite some ages. These are the ones which now we are going to talk about. This is also getting deployed across the industry, and this had been there. But these two are the ones which are now taking quite a good shape because these are more and more customizable one. And one of the buzzwords which is happening quite in the industry now is AI ML, that is artificial intelligence and machine learning. So whether we talk about a very off-the-shelf diagnostics like this one, the more customizable and more smart solutions like this one, yes, industry is looking for that. And that's where Emerson stands with our customer in providing this kind of solutions as per the application, as per the pain area. And as Mr. Anil says in his speech, what is my business relevance there? What is the ROI? What is my overall pain area solutions out of that? Yes, we can work on that particular direction. So if you go in that direction, what is overall need to be? What at the end of the day, if you go and implement those things, it's more about to understand the health of those monitored assets. Why I need to know that one? Because we need to understand what are my bad actors. And please, I again repeat the point, my bad actors is not only from my process point of view, they can be my reliability point of view, they can be my safety point of view, they can be my environmental leakages point of view. All the four assets which my colleague also touched upon, we need to understand that. Some of the assets which are very relevant to me, like if I have any hydrocarbon leakage, like we know in the Mathura site near the Taj Mahal, if I have any leakage of the hydrocarbon, the plant nearby going to incur a lot of hefty penalty and all. So I need to have those assets continuously get washed. I can have that thing. So this kind of screens are more and more available. We need to go for more and more available in the industry where people are looking at that one. But the need is not only at the respective software and all, data need to be in front of me 24/7. The way we get the different notifications or the alerts for Make My Trip or Zomato or whatsoever we can call it today, the app-based. Similarly, can I have something which can give me this kind of screen where it talks about, hey, for this can be enterprise level. So this can be my Vizag plant, this can be my Mumbai plant, this can be a Bhatinda plant, whatever we can call it. Or one particular plant, this can be the power plant, this can be turbine area, my boiler house, my coal, my CHP, my dike valve area and all. All this I can have this one. What it needs to tell me, how many assets are unhealthy. Then I further deep down and look at, hey, out of this, how much are critical, how much are the warning stage. This kind of information is a need of the hour when we talk about the post-COVID. And for that, once again, repeat what my colleague talks about the wireless as a enabler that's making more and more of these things happening. Because based on my pain area, we need to pick up the relevant parameter or the neurotransmitters and it will deploy it there non-intrusive wise if possible and join it to the same wireless infrastructure which is already present there to make the thing happen. So one I have a required parameters in place and I want this kind of screen, I need to have more and more screen to help me out. One more thing which I need to highlight it here, one of the calls which we are facing from the industry segment right now, various customers are asking for this. There are two terminologies which are very important. One is a predictive and one is a prescriptive. Predictive is the one which we are doing from quite some time. We know the condition monitoring of the assets and all, which also for a predictive maintenance. It's more about predicting the part. Our doctor, for example, we go to a doctor and doctor say, hey, you have a stomach problem. and your stomach problem because of such and such. It can be my some issue with the stone and all, or my appendix has really grown up. He predict the problem. But are we happy with that? Answer is no. Today, the need is that if I am predicting something, I need to know what next. And that's why the doctor gives us a prescription. So that's where my prescriptive monitoring comes into picture. I not only want to understand what is getting wrong and what is the severity of that wrong, I also need to understand this kind of prescription also from my platform. And this can be, if available in front of me on my screen, probably is making my life more easier as a maintenance person or as a production person. So yes, predictive maintenance and prescriptive maintenance, this all are going today more and more asked by the industry segment. Two things: one, because of my aging infrastructure, and second, my skilled workforce. We need to appreciate that our workforce today need to be more and more empowered in terms of getting the right information so that they can do the relevant work of correcting it and modifying it. So there's a more and more screen to talks about what it can happen. Like one more point which this slide talks about is a persona based, like Mr. Anil talks about, is getting a persona based. If Kaushal or the Jigar, let's say Jigar is a person who is more interested for the cooling tower monitoring and Kaushal is more for the control valve, Jigar should only get the alerts which is related to the cooling tower. Kaushal should only get the alert in front of him for the control valves. Yes, that particular platform needs to provide me that kind of alerts only. Kaushal should not be get bombarded with the alerts of the cooling tower, for the field instrument, for the vibration and all. Kaushal should only get the alert for the control valve. So this platform should be able to give me that one. And yes, answer the way Anil Bhatia talk about the plant wave optics portal that provides that kind of facility as such. So I just touch upon this slide, which my colleague already talked about. First and foremost thing we need is the pervasive sensing. That is, understand what I need to monitor, why I need to monitor, and then provide the relevant sensor there. For example, vibration. Typically, if you look at the ages, our critical machinery in the plant like turbine, turbo compressors, high-speed machineries was getting monitored. But today, more and more machineries of the category like pumps, like the cooling tower, air fin cooler, blowers are getting monitored. And that's where the vibration parameter from the wireless point of view is coming more and more relevance to us. Similarly, for the corrosion point of view, where I need to understand the corrosion monitoring. We need to know about the people tracking. These all are the parameters which my colleague already talked about. But point is, based on my gap area, we need to fit in the right solution at the place. For what? I'm only going to look at the vibration as a data? No. I'm going to use a vibration as data for some of the analytical platform which can give me the relevant alerts for that particular part. For example, we have a steam tap application which, by using this as a sensor, we simply deploy this sensor across the steam trap, and this platform of our software of ours will provide the relevant information about the steam problem. Whether the steam is blowing through, or my trap is blowing through, or my trap is getting condensate accumulation. Similarly, for my PHP monitoring, whether my PHP is passing the hydrocarbon or not, because the environmental issues, my pump monitoring, my heat exchanger monitoring. All we need is that sometimes only one parameter is sufficient. Sometimes, for example, in case of pump, we need the vibration data, we need the suction pressure, discharge pressure, the flow data. This platform is equipped to take care of various data and look at them in conjunction to each other with the algorithm which is given inside and give me the alerts in real time. What kind of alerts? This kind of windows. How many monitored assets are okay, what is wrong where, and what I need to do and all. So we get a dashboard, we get the asset summary, and we get the asset details. So this kind of platform should be, or the screenshot should be available to me as a maintenance person to take a relevance action. This kind of things which are off the shelf, they are very easily available based on once I understand this I need to monitor because this is causing me one of the problems, reliability, safety, environmental production. I simply pick up my solution, deploy it, provide the relevant software, and the software provide me the real data in terms of me either in a workstation, in a server, or maybe in front of me in a mobile to make me more aware about my that particular asset problem. If I need to stop there, probably no, because as I talk about, apart from those readily off-the-shelf solutions which were available in the market from quite some time, today's requirement is more going toward the data analytics. We are knowing today the data scientist or data analysis is one of the way buzzwords happening. For example, we all use a Google Drive and we all are the data for the Google Drive because using our mobile, our location, pick up that particular location tracking. The Google Drive helps me out how to go from one place to another, which part to select and what time we can go there. This all is happening because of this data-driven analysis. So these are available quite some time. These are the one which is right now is a call of the day because they are more and more data specific, but customizable. They provide me a lot of things, something like you can see here, remaining useful life, which is the very much requirement for some of the assets like boiler fed pumps, like turbine and all. So based on the machine learning and artificial intelligence, this is the one which is also has been asked by the industry nowadays. Once I have deployed that one, as I talked about, we can know about the health monitoring, the performance monitoring. We can know about whether any particular alert like cavitation for the pump is happening or not. The software helps me out in a real time what is happening with my that particular asset. This doesn't mean I'm going to remove my workforce at the plant. No, we are only making our workforce more equipped with the relevant information so that know how our workforce at plant are more and more equipped. Today, since we're talking about a COVID area, KAUSHAL cannot go to the plant, but having this information in front of it, KAUSHAL can intimate the concerned maintenance person, hey, I'm getting this one. Can you go and check it in? So that we can now control our whole mechanism of attending a problem, rectifying it, verifying it, and closing it can be done very seamlessly without much of the hassles and without much delay and all. So all this kind of platform like parameter tracking or the trending of the parameter can be there. And last but not the least, the important part about the what we call is a root cause analysis. For example, I talk about the word prescriptive diagnostics. So let's say I have a low speed condition right now. I need to know why this particular problem has arose. This is arose because in the past, this problem was there and this problem was there because this problem has happened. So my expander vibration has caused my low expander performance, which in turn has caused my low speed. My question would be, if I let it happen, I cannot attend the machine, what it can lead to? It will lead to low discharge pressure, which in turn lead to low compressor performance. So I need to understand my root cause analysis in the backward progression. I also need to know what can that lead to the future progression. And yes, when we talk about this kind of platform helps me understand all in place. So what the message we try to put forward is that we can deploy something very easy of the self, or based on the criticality part and what the business interest for me, we can deploy more and more this kind of advanced solution in the industry. So just imagine we have deployed something in Vizag. I only had made my energy investment in terms of deploying it. Once it deployed, today the relevant information is coming in front of me in real time. So that's last post slide from my side for this particular aspect is that. So we are going to touch upon with all this solution, whether it's the reliability part, that is predicting the health monitoring for the heat exchanger, our air-cooled exchanger, the cooling tower and pump. We touch base with the reliability aspect from our system and platforms, our softwares. We can do the emission monitoring, as I talk about my steam trap, or maybe my PHC monitoring for the hydrocarbon. Like in this case, the Denka Singapore, they have done a lot of steam consumption reduction. It's not about the steam consumption reduction, it's also about how much carbon emission reduction I have done. So there's a lot of repercussion is there for this one. Similarly, for the productivity point of view, where we are doing more about manual round, we can increase the productivity of our manual people by deploying like my colleague talks about the wireless pressure gauge. We simply reduce the effort of my person going up the stairs, go up into the area, collecting the pressure data from that particular area, or maybe using the vibration, portable vibration analyzer, going to the very hot zone or somewhere, collecting the data. So it's not about we are making the automation or monitoring as an automation, but we also are helping in doing our safety aspect of that particular person. Because our reliability increase, we are getting data in real time, productivity increase. At the same time, the person when he's going to the very hazardous zone and all, we are also making that particular safety aspect into picture. So by automation in terms of deploying the right sensors in place, we can increase the productivity of our workforce apart from the safety and the reliability aspects. Last but not the least, when we talk about the safety, it's all about the people one. Like I saw the geofencing and safety mustering. And the good part about the immersive solution is more about, I have a fire situation in the plant. I need to know with all of my, let's say 100 employees are in the plant. all has reached to the safe zone or not. Let's say out of 2 people are not there, where they are, in what condition they are, so that I can mobilize my required, people at the site to take them, to evacuate them. The good part from the Emerson side is that we have a very active RFID to provide the solution. It's not a passive RFID, it's an active RFID, which is Zone 1 and Zone 0 compliant. So we can use the existing wireless infrastructure to deploy that particular solution to know the people safety aspects as well. As Mr. Anil talks about, it's not about once we have covered everything, right, off the shelf solution to more customizable solution, which again in the area of reliability, safety, productivity, or environmental. Do I need to start everything in one go? Probably no. We can start from a single function to the enterprise level, everything related to my business interest, what is my pain area. So knowing from the diagnostic to the advanced analytics, or knowing from the principle driven or data driven, everything can be worked out. But yes, point is, things need to be deployed. These things are available in the market. Emerson, as we talked about, Mr. Anil talks about, my colleague Jigar talked about, and I am covering here. Emerson is equipped to stand with his customer to work out that particular whole digitalization path for making it happen. To make it happen, because we want the data to come to my mobile. The data, once I ascertain the problem, it needs to go to my CMS platform for generating the notification. So the required maintenance action can be done, and then my maintenance order can be closed. So this is the complete solution, or the basket of the solution based on the requirement that we bring forward, which industry is asking for. And we are very proud in saying that we do have quite a customers who has gone in this particular domain for their services. So this is all about deploying the solution for the customer requirement. If we all have heard about Mr. Anil's part about the SaaS, that is a software as a service. Now, many times we have seen in past also that some of the data for our assets or for my process needs to go to the subject matter experts, because I may not be the right person to do the analysis. So in past, we have seen the turbine data is going to the OEM of the turbine. In past, we have seen my boiler data has gone to the consultant like DHCL and all, who are the expert in that particular area. So this data was doing quite in the past as well. But today, with the cloud computer, the cloud infrastructure is making the life more easier for us. And as we talked about, we are not only looking at the critical assets, we are also looking at the semi-critical or the other assets in the picture. Then we have a lot of solutions from the Emerson perspective, which we are helping our customer in terms of remote diagnostics. That means required wireless infrastructure is placed in the site, the transmitter at the respective location, measurement location. Our experts sitting at the remote location, collecting the data at the predefined interval, doing the analysis and providing the required output in terms of report, what maintenance needs to be done, and what the severity of the problem to the customer. So this can be done for my control valves, for my steam trap, for my vibration monitoring, for the rotating assets, or for the corrosion monitoring. This is quite a limited list that we have. But yes, it can also be done where we can stand with our customer in providing whatever the expertise. We have a team of the people so that at the end of the day, we should know what is the problem, how severe is the problem, what needs to be done, and when needs to be done. So this is all the delivery from our system and software portion, as well as from our connected services. If you just conclude in 2 slides, the holistic part of the whole solution, that's one needs to look for. That is right from the understand, which is right now not getting monitored in this COVID area, in this COVID era. Let's go and deploy, whether it can be corrosion, it can be vibration, it can be my pressure gauge and whatsoever. Collect the data, get to some platform, understand the root cause, generate the work order, close it, and again after closing, understand, hey, something is missing. Let's again deploy some more parameters in place so that the more and more information or alerts for that specific assets can be gathered. So we can also help with the working out your digital transformation roadmap for our customers. And as Mr. Anil talks about, this is the last slide from my side. Think big, start small, and move fast. And we are very pleased to look at our customers in India are really going in this direction. And this is happening. So that's all from our side, sir. Thanks for your time. That's for the opportunity to me and Jigar to sharing this particular part. We are now open for any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jigar and Mr. Kaushal, for such an enlightening session and sharing valuable insights on plant digitalization with us. Now, our curious audience is eagerly waiting for the Q&A session, and we just have a few questions popping up in our chat box from our delegates. Here is one of the question. What is the importance of FMEA or RCA in asset monitoring?
Sure, I'll take this one, Mr. Anil. Look, as I talk about, it's all about the predictive and prescriptive. So when I know that yes, this problem has happened, I know, because in historical time, people are doing the breakdown maintenance or time-based maintenance. In today, people understand what is the predictive part. That means, can I predict something that what has happened? But should not be stopped here. Like the way I give example of the doctor. We need a prescription from doctor. Otherwise, my visit to doctor, it doesn't make any relevance. So the way the doctor give me prescription, okay, now this is your problem. This you need to do to rectify it. Similarly, prescriptive maintenance is the one which I need to understand. And for that, the FME and RCA helps me understand. RCA stand for root cause analysis and FME stand for failure mode and its effect analysis. So I need to understand if I won't, because many times it happens, we know that this problem is there, but my process requirement doesn't allow me to attend it at that particular point of time. So I need to understand if I won't attend it today, what it lead to me in the future, so that I understand the criticality of that particular problem in today's time. So the RC and FME helps me in, along with the prescriptive part, helps me in prioritizing my maintenance point and to also make arrangement of the relevant spare items and the relevant people, so that as and when we get the opportunity, we attend the problem and rectify it. Hope I answered the question.
Yeah. Thank you. One more question. Name the assets that can be monitored with Plant Web Insight platform of Emerson.
Jigar, you will take this one.
Yeah. So there are various assets and it's ongoing progress. So currently with Plant Web Insight, we can monitor the assets like heat exchangers, air-cooled heat exchangers or pin fan, coolers, pumps, PSV and PRV passing and leakage monitorings, and then the location awareness we can do, steam trap monitoring we can do. And there are a lot of areas where people are having pressure gauges as a consumable kind of thing, and then by pressure gauge also they analyze certain utility area. So in that case, the wireless pressure gauge also we can do, and it's continuously ongoing process, and we are adding more and more more and more assets under this platform. It's a common platform. You can start with one asset and then scale up on the same platform for more and more assets also. And it's not tag-based license. That's another part. It's not a tag-based software. It's or the analytics. It is based on the number of gateways. It goes for the application.
Yeah, all right. So due to time constraints, we would cover only these questions, and we would be forwarding you the remaining questions, and we shall revert back soon with the answers. So, we are at the end of this session now. My special vote of thanks to all the attendees for taking out time to attend this session and for being a lovely audience. On behalf of ISA Maharashtra section, a massive thanks to our sponsor, Emerson Automation Solutions. Thank you so much, Mr. Jigar Kayastha and Mr. KAUSHAL Shrivastava, for your participation in PPPA 2021 and enlightening us on plant digitalization addressing the changing business environment. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Shireen.
Thank you very much, Janvi. And thank you very much, Mr. Kayastha, and thank you very much, Mr. Srivastava. We're moving on to our next session. And in the next session, I'll be inviting our moderator, none other than Mr. Dattatreya Sawant, Assistant Professor, Mukesh Vyas, School of Technology Management and Engineering. He's here, and the topic of this particular session, as I already mentioned, is reliability for effective process, safety management of rotating machines with condition monitoring. Dattatreya, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Shireen, for introducing me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that I'm audible to everyone. Shireen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So our next session is on reliability for effective process, safety management of rotating machine with condition monitoring. First, I would like to welcome Mr. Mukesh Vyas at day 2 of PPPA 2021 Virtual Symposium organized by ISA Maharashtra section. It's my pleasure and privilege to introduce our speaker, Mr. Mukesh Vyas. He is a General Manager, Group Head Integrated Solution at Fob Marshall Private Limited. Mr. Mukesh is responsible for P&L with a role of marketing, sales, engineering, manufacturing, purchase, quality, and customer support for Shinkawa VMS division, Steam Water Analysis System division, and Spatial System for Process Plant and DCS division. I request Mr. Mukesh sir to start your presentation. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Once again, welcome to for this PPPA.
Thanks for nice introduction. I would just first to start with thanks for giving us opportunity by ISA Mumbai, and I would appreciate that giving us some time and giving us an opportunity to present the technologies what we have, which will take us to the next level of instrumentations. So, how can I share my presentation? Can somebody give me rights, or how is that?
You can start, the rights are already there. If you click on share screen, you should be seeing the option.
Share screen.
The share screen option at the bottom navigation
Yes.
icons.
Yeah, I got it. Can you see my screen?
No, not now. Yeah, not yet, sir. Yeah, now it is. Yeah, we can see. Just share your presentation, sir. We can see your screen. Yeah, it's perfect, sir. Perfect. You're audible. You can go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon once again to everyone, and thanks again to ISA. Briefly introduce about Forbes Marshall. Most of you know the Forbes Marshall is a Indian origin instrumentation company since last 90 year plus, and we are spread across multiple product range, right from steam monitoring to process control and automation. So we have product right from steam traps to flow meters to control valves to DCS, SWAS systems and vibration monitoring. And all around we have a complete product solution with 6,000 plus customers in India, and all over the world we have 25,000 customers. So today we are talking about rotating assets in the plant basically. And I would like to take on from the earlier session from yesterday from Mr. Mehta, and then subsequently today afternoon when Mr. Bhatia and KAUSHAL and all they set the theme about digitalization of the plants. And on that, taking ahead the theme, we want to talk about how the next level of rotating asset monitoring could be. Specifically, we're talking about rotating asset monitoring and how we can be more effective, more detailed and proactive, through which we can improve the uptime of the plant. So any digital technology, when we are going to have data, but data is useful when you have right kind of a sensors, right kind of monitoring systems, and it is a high quality, high reliability products and support which has been provided. And that's where we are lagging around. So you can have beautiful softwares all around in the plant, but if your sensors and your monitoring systems are not working effectively, I think it's a kind of a, then you have museums of the software. So taking ahead that point, basically on today, I would like to elaborate about condition monitoring of rotating asset. What is why it is required, and what is the global trend? What is the condition monitoring sensors? What kind of a design standards been followed, and how the software When we are going into one level down here, we are talking about sensor monitoring and software, which is really required so that you will have a proactive alerts from whatever media, and then you can solve the problem and have uptime of the plant continuously going up. Then we talk about industry solution specific about power plant and refinery. We are talking about PPPA meet actually. And then the challenges being faced globally about cyber security, new technology like wireless solutions and cloud-based solution. So on that line, I will just introduce a theme, what is saying, what is the machinery protection? You have a multiple plants across either it's a power or refinery, petrochemical or any process plants. You have many rotating assets in the plant. And which means that you have to have that all rotating assets continuously up and running without having shut down. So that's how the design standards are came into place called API 670. And that's called about machinery protection system. So what kind of right machinery protection system and how this evolution is moving now from simple to advanced solution. So we are going to talk on that particular point. So if you see the fundamentally here, non-digital plant to autonomous plant, how the transition is happening globally. So if you see initially, what is the automated plant we used to say? We used to say about installing sensor and monitoring system, a basic, okay? That's automated plant. Then monitored plant, operate with condition monitoring system, expand by adding the sensor. So we keep adding based on the condition and knowledge what we get more data, get more signals, and then monitor that. Then we go into recorded plant called a DCS, can have more data recordings, and then increase the knowledge of the machine behavior, condition of the machine, and then have the data backup so that we know the trend, we know the history, we can learn from it, and we can improvise our machine uptime. Then next come to connected plants. So when we have data, when we have history, share the data selectively with the externals. So we have domain experts, we have machine experts, we have OEMs, and share the data selectively and allow the external connection on demand, not like continuously, data is being shared, but have on demand your data is being given so that the expert can analyze it and give you as a solution from remotely wherever they are based out of it. Okay. That's a level we have, and now we are moving into intelligent plant. What is intelligent plant? Allow continuously external data pull. So you have a dash in like a data twins we talk about, and we have a plant accessible remotely, controlled remotely, monitored, and solution provided remotely by external experts or operators from wherever in the world. This is how the transition from non-digital plant to autonomous plant. I think we are into a between last fourth stage and fifth stage, and many of the plant going into fifth stage also. And as you all know, most of us we say COVID made compelling change of digitalization or digitization of the plant. So that's how we are moving. If we say in the next point is about how rotating asset predictive maintenance basically is happening. Predictive maintenance basically is a powerful combination of algorithms and the data and decisions what we take based on data. So you have a history, you have a real-time data, you have asset information. So you have like if your pump, your fan, your motors, your turbines, your compressors, you know the complete information of asset. You fill the data in. You have a past baseline data, your past history of the failure, and use the algorithm like data analytics and data science. Then move into probability of failure. So we can say once you know probability of failure, you can have a recommender systems, and then you create the economic rules, and we can create a specific rules for the specific plants. It's not like a general. You can create a rules, and with the rule, you can have a plan of maintenance and decisions like repair, replace, defer, and that's how you can increase more usability of the machine. So usability is one part where you have machine, but you are changing every year the bearings, whether it's required or not. Okay, you can increase usable life of the machine. You can have the data which can tell you, okay, now not in 1 year, you can change the bearing after 1.5 years. You can increase the life of the asset, and maintenance costs can go down dramatically. Okay. So this is the kind of a powerful predictive maintenance methods, and today that's what the world is going towards. Now, when we talk about the trend is from industry 3.0 towards industry 4.0, and the future development path which is coming. And most of you know now, because all our instrumentation fertility here, we know that now we are going into 5G and the 6G of data transmission. You see the data capability, what we can have, and the instrumentation connectivity, what you all can see. So we are saying from basic visibility, we say what does it happen to seeing the things, then understanding, and then insight with information, with the predictability, being prepared that what will happen. Okay. And that's what we are into. And most of us, we want to know, or maybe a senior level management would like to know what will happen and how we are prepared to tackle the situation when things go wrong. And rather than firefighting, we have all the plan in place in advance. And the next is optimization level. So that's what we say, like somebody just mentioned before, that artificial intelligence era we are into. That can learn, the tool can learn from past history and can tell how we can optimize the entire asset operation. And then that means how we can optimize our shutdown cost, how we can minimize the manpower cost. All in all, with well planned and through tools availability, we can improve the maintenance cost. So what we talk about here is DIKW pyramid. This is global information available. The DIKW pyramid, which is how we are maintaining the data. So there's a historical information, like we have a data, we have information, and then we have the knowledge is required. And that's where I'm just going to tell you that we need to skill up the people. Okay, whatever kind of technology comes in, we really struggle that whether the sensor are installed properly, whether the monitoring system is configured properly, and then whether we have sufficient knowledge to read the information, and then the knowledge what we have is disseminated to many people, and all are capable to solve the problem. And then the wisdom which comes in the plant and the teams which is there can solve any critical asset problem. So I think this is how the DIKW pyramid, which is moving up and up, and without knowledge and right data, I think it's difficult for any kind of things to sort it out. And in India, we definitely need to move forward. I can tell you an analogy that you have a beautiful plants in many places, but how many people are able to use the software what they are having, and how many people are able to take a decision on based on software data and whether they trust the software. Okay. So you can have all the information, but knowledge and using the software and taking the right time decision is going to be critical for all of us here in Indian instrumentation field. And we need to use this DIKW pyramid when we want to really increase our plant time. Okay. And that's how we say the DIKW and Industry 4.0, we will move from basic to monitoring, insight, and optimization. And when you are when you are going from data residing in plant like a DCS and SCADA as a basic, I think it's very common now. Monitoring that plant data integration with historian and enabling centralized access to large data. So enabling the data and then using the right data and not all the data. And then go to level 3 about anomaly detection, diagnostic, pattern recognition, and prediction. Okay. And that's how the insight will come in out with the right knowledge. And then we can improve the optimization of the process, people, and the cost. Now coming back to the theme which we started off about setting the context about the global trend, how it is moving, and knowledge is the power, what we all need to see. Data, obviously we say the next oil, but if you have data, if you don't have knowledge, I think it's very difficult to go to the right things to do with the plant. When we talk about condition monitoring systems, we will go basically right from the machine and make dirty hands when we put the sensor on the machine. Okay. So we talk about having the right sensor in the right machines, right selection of the sensor, and then connecting this sensor to your monitoring system. And then thereafter monitoring system is getting connected to real-time analysis diagnostic system, and then further to the enterprise asset management connectivity. And you can have remote access from anywhere in the world by our OEM experts or the domain expert or vibration expert or any other plant knowledgeable experts. Now, I just want to go a little, 3 level down here. Actually, I don't want to go into a very periphery. I want to say that if you have a machine, what really it happens and why it is required. Actually, you have a machine and machine is talking to us continuously. So you have rotating assets like the turbine, compressor, pump, fan, motor, gearbox, any machines. So machine talk to us. Whether we are hearing the machine and listening it with right sensor. So you have internal strain when you put the machine on the pedestal of new machine. You have there is internal strain in the structure, and with respect to rotation or aging, the noise and vibration effect comes in, and then we measure it, and then information of strain and structure goes to sensor, and then the sensor will have this kind of a waveforms going to sensor, and sensor will have a selective frequency bands on which we sense the data, and the data goes to monitoring system. So basically, fundamental point which I'm trying to say that very important point, you can put any kind of a system on top. You have to have a very high quality basic sensors mounted on the machine. I think it's a fundamental. It may not be very expensive stuff, but that can disrupt anything, any layer of software we are putting on top. Okay. So basically, sensor does any mechanical energy to electrical energy. Most of us we know, but these are the sensor which is used like eddy current sensor for sharp vibrations, piezoelectric sensor for low speed vibration of pump fan motor, accelerometers, and loop powered sensors. All of these sensors need to analyze properly and select right sensor. And that's a fundamental point. And that's how we say that when you're selecting sensor, you need to talk about velocity sensor and accelerometer sensor. And if it is a refinery or petrochemical plant, it should be ATEX, and it should be as per API 670 design standard with a very high accuracy of plus minus 5%. I think these are the things which is very basic and hygiene which is required. Okay. So this is the sensor selection part, and then you go about sharp vibration measurement. When you are talking about critical machines like the turbines, we're talking about compressors, on which direct process or VVIP machines, we say in the plants. Okay. These all machines need a very high quality eddy current sensor mounted near to the shaft. And that's how API 675th edition, which guides them about what could be the sensor type, how it is mounted, and how it is calibrated properly. So this is also a very basic fundamental point, which is important. Then specific, I was just talking about recip machines in the refinery and petrochemical. It is very important when we are talking about recip machine. It's a very, very critical machine. And therefore, you need to have a rod drop monitoring system. And this piston rod drop monitoring system is a specific point. You have to mount one sensor on the shaft near to the piston rod, and then there is one sensor on the angle. That's a phase reference sensor, and the specific angle this sensor sends the movement of the cylinder back and forth an angle, and that goes back to rod drop monitoring system, and then it can guide us that how it is moving, whether it's right angle, right position of the crank is moving or not. Okay. And this is very, very important for recip machines, basically. Another point, when you sense the sensors, you have the sensors, you have the monitor, which is connected to your control panels in the control room. You need to have a right kind of a monitoring system, which is as per API 670. So you have the monitoring system, which is API 670 with redundant power supplies, redundant communication to your DCS, redundant analysis input for real-time analysis and diagnostic of the machine and performance monitoring, and then you have to have a real-time 2 raw signals output from the rack, so it will be further integrated to any third-party integration, and you have relays which is get connected to DCS. This is the basically why it is so important. API 670. API 670 talk about sensor accuracies, selection of the sensor, monitoring systems, their accuracy, sensitivities, and then it talks about the features and function minimum required on this. So all the suppliers and manufacturers can come to one platform. Therefore, it is very imperative that most of the time, all of us in the plant need to follow a global design standard called API 670, and that's what I think we believe in Shinkawa and Forbes Marshall. That's how the right things to do in the plant monitoring. Then another type of monitoring system which calls about the BOP machine monitoring system. You have a small pumps. You don't need to have racks everywhere. You can have the simple compact monitoring system when you have a cooling towers or you have a air handling plant or cool handling plants or any other application in the process plant like gearboxes or rollers or conveyors, that applications. And this small application also can do many things. It can be it can mount on the same sensors. It can take the data, interface with PLC and DCS, and do analysis, and then it can throw the data on the cloud so that we can monitor in the cloud also, and you can configure with the smartphone. It is very common nowadays. Now, the third important point which I'm going to talk about, you have a right sensors on the machine, you have a monitoring system selected, and then you need to know, okay, what is the vibration levels, overall vibration level, which we learn from monitoring system. When we say overall vibration level are going trending high, what is the real problem in the machine? To know the more problem in the machine, we need to do diagnosis. So that for like we go, if we have a fever, we go to physician and check the fever and we take a tablet and then we move on. But if fever continues for longer period of time, then we go to a surgeon or expert diagnostic. And this is how we come to know whether it's infection or some other problems in the body. On the same thing, rotating machines, you have a monitoring system, you have a sensor, but you need to have expert analysis and diagnostic system, and which we really use and train people. And that will tell you so it takes the raw signals. It will not take the output from one bus. It takes the raw signals. It processes the raw signal high speed and give you various plots through which our rotating machine experts, rotodynamic experts can predict, okay, this is the kind of probable cause like unbalance, misalignment, looseness, oil whirl, oil weep, or steam whirl, steam weep, or many problems in the machines. And it can take some signal from temperature, pressure, and flow, and vibration, and it can give you more correlation data so that our rotodynamic expert can predict in advance the plant. So this is how the system will be. You have a multiple machines or multiple supplier in the plant. You have one machine with the 19-inch rack system by the one vendor. You can have another supplied by another vendors, and then you have some kind of BOP machines, and all type of these machines get centrally integrated to one analysis and diagnostic software, and the people can predict effectively. And this kind of plots you can see, you can have the orbit plots, you can have body plot, you can have diagnostic detections, all in all possible with the now real-time expert analysis and diagnostic software. I will talk about the little bit on Make in India. I think that's very important for us being Indian to talk about Make in India. So basically, we always were dependent on most of the time was importing products most of the time. Okay, so we in Forbes Marshall and our R&D experts, we have 75 R&D engineers in our group. We thought that why not we create our own vibration monitoring systems, and we have made our own vibration monitoring system as per API 670 design standard. And this is a system which has been released around 1.5 years ago, and we have installed these solutions in 800 megawatt plants in India, and I think we have got a performance certificate. So I just want to convey the message that we as Indians are very capable, and I think we have been made in FM team, and I would thank my all R&D engineers here that they have gone into the courageous to make this kind of product, which is a global standard, and we are exporting this product worldwide. This product is made in India and in completely integrated solutions, and it can give a right solution for right monitoring. It can be scalable, simple to complex monitoring using the mobile devices. You can have app-based monitoring, all in all, which is been designed and used for any kind of machine. Basically, I would say more of a balance of plant machine, like pump, fan, motors, that application part, and analysis and diagnostic. Similarly, on the same line, team has designed one more solution which is cost effective. When we say analysis diagnostic software, most our instrumentation users say it's a very expensive product because that's kind of an aura have been created. So we have come out with a solution where any plant owner, small to big, can afford our analysis and diagnostic software for Forbes Marshall. So that's how we created. It's plug and play with any make and model of sensor and monitoring system. So I just thought this is a very highly important thing to know by all of us in instrumentation fraternity, that Make in India and our expert or our scientists or our capable engineers can design really truly world-class product, which is possible. It's an artificial intelligence based and remote support, like we have a level 4 level 3 experts who guide the plant engineers and tell them that this is going wrong in your plant, and they can correct the machine problems. And this is again the cloud-based. You have all kinds sorts of monitoring data, or you can have the digitalization data. Everything is possible. You can have customized report the way every plant owner wants. So briefly, it was on Make in India. I just want to talk about power plant. So you have this is a large power plant, and you can see that so many locations you have a critical machines. And I think it's very important to have right sensors, right monitoring systems, and monitor systematically. I put orange one color here. That's a VIP machine. It's again API 670. And we talk about complete plant, or nuclear or coal-fired or small cap cogen plant. Everywhere you need to take care of API 670 design standards. So you don't have to have a very customized single vendor specific product. You have more broader global standard product which is going to come in. This is how it is again done, the integration. Again, I'm talking about refinery application. I think it's a little bit different than power sector. So in refinery, you need to have design standards. So you need to have a SIL certifications. You need to have a CCOE certifications, basically for sensors, which is very, very important. And then you go into further, if you want to do, if at all required, machine monitoring, where the SIL 1 compliance. Also, it's very important now to consider it. If at all people want to think about safety, if somebody said an accident in some of the plant, I think that's how it is important to have at least minimum SIL 1 conformity test is very, very important when you are talking about machine monitoring in the refinery petrochemical. And this is one of the example where multiple product suppliers can coexist in one of the plant. So there are multiple racks in, I don't know whether you can see it, but there's multiple rack systems going into one plant, and which is supplied by Forbes Marshall Shinkawa. Some other make FMS suppliers is provided, and then another make of PV analysis systems, and all three products or solutions were integrated on a single Forbes Marshall Shinkawa analysis and diagnostic system, and then it's remotely accessible anywhere in the world, and plant engineers can see. So it is not like that we lock in with one vendor and then that particular vendor rip you off. I think it is very important that you have a choice of vendors, and you can have flexibility as a user or experts, so that you can have the more vendors existing in the plant, so that you can have competition always being the best in the plant. Last 2-3 things. Cyber security. I just thought I can talk to all of you what is about cyber security going on in condition monitoring. So most of us, we know that how security is very important, because if you see, we are running like a power cable for powering our instruments, but we are running same time a communication cable also. We are running the Modbus cable, we are running the Ethernet cables, we are having a lot of switches in between, and then data is transferring from one end to other end, and it is getting connected to DCS. Sometimes we give access to somebody else, and somebody can hack it, the data, because we are in a plant network. Okay. Therefore, cyber security is very important. And we talk about machines like rotating machines, like turbines, or like compressors, or big pumps, big fans. It is very important that monitoring system is cyber secure compliance. Okay. So now that's how Shinkawa and some other vendors are testing their equipments into cyber security. So whenever you have protection systems, you have the data going to DCS through Modbus, and somebody hacker can go through there and change your trip levels, and then you will see the tragedy happening on rotating assets. Therefore, this is how the cyber security levels are there for certifications. If there is a cyber attack happens, if your level 1 does not have to work during attack, and after attack keep on working. Level 2 means it will not affect the plant operation any point in time. So we try to analyze our monitoring system VM7B, and we could secure by third party HLS that it's a cyber security compliance is level 2, where you can see that you have the attack. You don't need switches in between third party device. You have directly monitoring system connected to DCS, and if any attack happens from external hackers, the plant rotating asset will not get impacted. That's how the Achilles certify that. So I thought I can just mention, maybe if required, some of our cyber expert we can get in and again talk about it more. The other part is we are talking about wireless sensors and transmitters. So ISA 100 is another protocol which has been known as a very stable protocol, follows worldwide, and that's how the wireless is picking up for non-critical application. But here is most important point is maximum communication distance and the battery powered life, and whether it's intrinsically safe or not. I think these three parameters are very key, and over and above, you need to think about what kind of data. It's overall data, or it's a spectrum or FFT data really going, and you are not only seeing overall vibrations, you are seeing the real data of your machine failure and predictive analytics. So this is how it goes. You have the machine, sensor installed. It's not only give overall vibration and temperature, it goes through waveforms, spectrums, waterfall, envelope analysis, everything. It's like a real-time data which moves in the packets to the software which is connected to this. And you can coexist. You have a temperature, pressure, flow of ISA 100, and you have ISA 100 vibration monitoring. You can coexist and use the common gateway to connect the software. Lastly, I think we are about to release this product, so I thought I can just mention it. This is a cloud-based vibration monitoring system. So as somebody just mentioned before me, world is very small and COVID is teaching us a lot. So it's a collaborative problem solving. So it's not only me and you, there's a global expert can come on a cloud chain, like you might have seen the Clubhouse now, global chain coming there and solving the problem of your machine on a very nominal cost being provided. So this is how the cloud-based monitoring is taking care for non-critical machines. So last two slides. So we have talked about sensors, monitoring system, software, wireless, cloud-based cyber security. I think this is the whole point. Talk about condition monitoring. Now we talk about the remote vibration analysis. So we are talking specific to vibration analysis. Obviously, temperature, pressure, and flow can connect it, but this is what the really vibration is the vector parameter. You don't get a real-time experts here. So we have a level 4, level 3, level 2 experts who sit on the desk and connect the machines and give you advisory what is happening in the plant week on week and month on month. They're seeing the data on your dashboard. So this is currently, I think many plants are opting out for this because they don't have experts in their plant, and that's how we can support more effectively or efficiently when the experts are limited in India. So conclusion, level 1 basically is loop powered sensor. Only when overall vibrations are required. People are putting everywhere loop power. But if you want analysis, no, don't go for loop power. You only can get overall vibration required. When we talk about balance of plant machines, sensors, and monitoring systems, you can have a non-API, you can have wireless and cloud-based. That's what widespread. Critical and secondary critical machines like pump, turbine, compressor, or oil fill bearing machine application go for API 670 systems. And the trend here is plant-wide monitoring, integrated solution for vibration, machine monitoring, and condition monitoring. And last but not least, now technologies remote support is possible because the speed of internet is very high. You can access the data from many plants to all over the world, and we can leverage the technology and get a lot of data and give a very valuable insight to our plant operators. So thank you so much for giving me the time. So I will stop here.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mukesh, for giving informative session. We have received questions from our delegates. Due to time constraint, I would like to ask a couple of questions here. First question from delegate: which sensor is suitable for pump and motor application?
So for pump and motor applications, basically, if the speed is low, typically, then we recommend velocity sensor, piezo velocity sensors, and these sensors are basically required to give a right data from 2 Hertz onwards, so you don't miss any data for the pump and fan motor applications.
Thank you. Once again, sincerely apologize for the time constraint, and I'm asking the last question for this session. The question is, what is the standard following machinery protection?
Yeah, so basically, as I said in my slide, API 670 design standard, 5th edition, which is now running. I would urge that we should use that for more and more, if possible, in our when you select machinery protection or vibration monitoring system.
Thank you. Once again, on behalf of ISA Maharashtra section, I would like to thank you, Mr. Mukesh and Fob Marshall Private Limited, for participating and enlightening us on reliability for effective process safety management of rotating machine with condition monitoring. I also would like to thank you, our delegates and sponsor, for participating at PPPA 2021. Thank you, Mr. Mukesh. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Thank you so much.
I request Ms. Serene to please take over for the further session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. and thank you very much, Mr. Vyas. It was indeed a brilliant information that you've shared through your presentation. It was absolutely an honor to have you in our symposium. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next session, and I would request Raman sir to moderate the entire session, and it will be a pleasure to listen to our next speaker, and of course I will hand it over to Raman sir. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Serene. Thanks a lot. Hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Our next expert lecture is by Mr. Chandrashekhar Limaye, who is going to talk on digitalization in emerging process industries in post-COVID era in specialty chemicals, pharma, food and beverages. Incidentally, Limaye is also a very close friend of mine. We are all associated together for a long time. Mr. Limaye is the director of Supertech Instrumentation Services India Private Limited, which provides turnkey automation solution to the process industries. Before entering in own business in 1995, Mr. Limaye spent 18 years with reputed process industries in responsible positions. His specialization is the application of advanced instrumentation and automation systems in process industries. Supertech delivers solutions in process automation, batch management, intelligent motor control, energy monitoring, MES and SAP integration in areas of specialty chemicals, resins, paint, polymer, pharmaceutical, food and beverages, lube oil bending, etc. Mr. Limaye is also a senior life member of ISA and past district vice president of ISA District 40. He is associated with educational institution in India, guiding their curriculum development. And I request Mr. Limaye to come on the screen to take over the charge and deliver his expert lecture. Over to you, Mr. Limaye.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Raman. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. So thanks for the nice introduction. Since yesterday, we had many presentations on digitalization by industry stalwarts. In my presentation, I will be focusing on the needs of the industry segments that I have been working for in last 30 years. First as an end user, and then as an automation solution provider. So let me begin with defining what is digitalization in my view. So I will first share my screen. Yeah, I hope it is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you. So digitalization refers to enabling or improving processes by leveraging digital technologies and making the digitized data available when needed, where needed, based on the context. Digitalization in process industries is achieved through process automation, cellular technology, artificial intelligence, digitalization increases productivity, safety, and efficiency while reducing costs. Digitalization improves existing processes but doesn't change or transform them. With the present pandemic, social distancing has become the new norm in the industry, and hence every industry is in the process of digitalization as it minimizes the interaction between the plant personnel, increase the plant efficiency and productivity without compromising the safety. Digital transformation is business transformation enabled by digitalization. For example, shift from a manually locally operated process to software-driven, remotely monitored and controlled process. It involves IT/OT convergence. So, a production plan based on sales forecasting from ERP is fed to the automation system, which does the production planning and execution at the plant level and feeds the production data back to ERP, enabling raw material procurement and warehouse information, integrating the supply chain for greater efficiency and response. All information can be made available in portable handheld device being carried by the field operator, thus minimizing coordination problems between the field and the control room. With the advances in technology, the plant downtime gets drastically reduced using preventive and proactive maintenance as the plant personnel get greater insights into the various equipments and their efficiency. While every industry is striving to transform their businesses through digitalization, let us see in which way the process is different for the emerging process industries like food and beverage, pharma, specialty chemicals, and CPG. And also let me explain why I am calling them as emerging. The process industry can be broadly divided into three categories. Industries like refining, petrochemical, power, oil and gas are large continuous processes. DCS were basically developed to cater to automation needs of these industries. The systems have evolved over the last 50 years with developments in technology, but primarily their focus areas of application have been large continuous process industries. A lot of standards, practices, literature, case studies in these industries are available. It is also worthwhile to note that highly experienced professionals related to these industries are available. These industries have high capex and opex. At the other end, industries like machinery, metal fabrication, electronics, electrical, automotive are discrete processes. PLCs were developed for automation of these processes. PLCs with HMI SCADA as human interface play a dominant role in their automation. Now, between these two are the emerging process industries such as food and beverage, pharma, specialty chemicals, and consumer packaged goods. You also see some other industries like water and wastewater, cement, and AAA. But these industries have their own different requirements and they are out of the scope of this today's presentation. They are called as this, let us come back to our F&B, pharma, specialty, and they are called as emerging because their growth is exploding and the demand for digitalization is overtaking the other process industries. They had small manually operated plants with no automation 20 to 25 years back. In last 20 years, many of them have grown into enterprises with multiple manufacturing locations and nationwide or global supply chains. With increase in the size of plants, complexity of processes, pressure from regulatory authorities, need to improve consistency in quality and productivity, these industries are heavily investing in automation. In last 5 years, the focus has turned to digitalization to reap its benefits and to make the organizations more agile. Unfortunately, the automation systems available in the market and the expertise to implement them have never looked seriously at these industries. DCS systems, though, took advantage of these emerging industries initially as an additional business potential. The prohibitive cost of DCS systems became the bottleneck for many industries. Many integral features in the DCS, such as hard foundation field bus, asset management, conformal coating, hot standby, proprietary I/O buses and networks, advanced control templates, SOV, etc., make the DCS expensive without adding much value to the emerging process industry applications. The system delivery is through the manufacturers. It increases the dependability on them and the life cycle costs. The cost of integration with third-party systems, customization, upgradation due to obsolescence is usually high. Similarly, PLC SCADA systems, which were developed for discrete manufacturing and supervision, are open systems and flexible, but do not have templates for the standard operations and require too much customization. Their performance depended on the skills and efforts of the application software developer. Lack of standardization make the systems difficult to maintain, particularly with the turnover of engineers that we see today. The available DCS and PLC SCADA systems were employed to cater to the growing demand from these emerging segments. In many cases, there have been failures or met with only partial success. It was because of two reasons. First, being unsuitability of the system for the emerging industry applications. And second, limited domain knowledge and expertise about the applications by the consultants and the executioners. So now let us try to analyze the requirements of automation for emerging process industries. Most of these industries have batch processes. Multiple products are manufactured with the same equipment. Due to continuous development, product formulations are frequently changed. The product recipes are confidential and are required to be closely guarded. So they need good batch management systems with flexible recipe management and batch-based reporting. Next, the systems should have templates for common operations such as motors through intelligent MCC and VFDs, pneumatic and motorized on-off valves, raw material charging, different schemes for batch reactor temperature control, sequential control, and so on. Because there are different types of industries in these segments, the system should have segment-specific template libraries. Then the systems must be cost-effective with open architecture and flexible. The IT hardware, workstations, and the servers, operating systems, and networking should be compatible with standard IT infrastructure without use of any proprietary components. Easy and cost-effective integration with third-party automation systems on common Ethernet protocols and OPC. Easy and cost-effective integration with intelligent MCC components, PFDs, energy management systems, then field instruments such as flow meters, weighing systems should be available on Ethernet and OPC. System should have easy connectivity with batch, MES, ERP, and IoT systems. The system should have cybersecurity features integral with the system. The system should allow design and implementation by system integrators having requisite domain knowledge and expertise in automation in these segments. System should allow easy integration with mobile and wireless technology. So some automation manufacturers recognized this gap and developed new generation DCS designed specifically for the emerging industries. They retain the good features of the conventional DCS, such as single database, tight integration, and powerful diagnostics, as well as the good features of the PHS SCADA systems, such as flexibility, ease of use, and openness. They provide the features listed above and make them ideal for use in the emerging process industries. Now let us take a look at what this new generation DCS offer. So the DCS vendors are taking advantage of the technology developments. Still, some amount of proprietary architecture with constraints regarding allowing third-party software applications, thus depriving the end user to reap the full benefits of digitalization. They depend on the organic developments within their own organizations to adopt advanced concepts in digitalization, such as analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, object orientation, service-oriented architecture, etc. Due to such limitations of the systems, software applications written for one system cannot run on another system. End users are unable to improve their production processes and profitability at reasonable cost and have to heavily depend on the supplier of the system they use. New generation DCS operate from an open as against a proprietary industrial framework. They are open to work with the best-in-class third-party digitalization vendors and thus create a competitive advantage for the end user very quickly. It allows the systems to take full benefits of the Industry 4.0 and the Industrial Internet of Things. Artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms can greatly improve the quality of operational processes. Prediction of equipment failures before they happen can reduce unplanned downtime. Real-time optimization of products based on raw material spot prices and real-time optimization of production can be used to maximize the throughput. Industry analysts estimate that the new, more flexible production techniques would boost manufacturer productivity by as much as 30%. End user organizations such as OPAF or Open Process Automation Forum and NAMUR, which is the User Association of Automation Technology, are advocating for changes to the existing proprietary automation system paradigm. To realize the full benefits of open automation framework, the new generation automation systems are adopting IEC 61499 standard. IEC 61499 defines a high-level system design language for distributed information and control systems. The standard allows encapsulation of functionality, graphical component-based design, event-driven execution, and distribution of automation applications for execution across a broad range of automation and control devices, as well as edge computing devices. Instead of remote I/O stations, smaller and modular localized controllers for individual units are recommended. For maintenance of such systems, it will allow replacement of individual controllers without shutting down the main automation system. The scope of digitalization extends much beyond the DCS selected for the core process. A typical process plant in the emerging segments consists of various specialized process equipments, and utility equipment supplied by their OEM along with their own automation systems. For successful digitalization, it is necessary to integrate these automation systems with the main DCS. It is observed that conventional DCS manufacturers show some reluctance to these market demands as compared with the new generation DCS. This job should be entrusted to an experienced automation solution provider having alliance with a global new generation automation system manufacturer. This will ensure that the chosen automation system is based on the latest technology. It will be reliable. It will be upgraded from time to time with developments in technology and supported by them. It will also help you in selecting best-in-class sensors, transmitters, valves, and other instrumentation required for the digitalization project. Now, I would like to give some tips for getting the most out of your digitalization project based on my experience. At the concept stage, your planning must include the entire scope of digitalization, starting with raw material tanks, process equipment, intermediate, finished product tanks, reactors, utilities, filling machines, robotics, OEM equipment, intelligent MCC, energy management systems, batch, MES, ERP, everything. If there are budget constraints, implementation could be done in a phased manner. Next, is needless to say, the core automation system should be a new generation DCS. The sizing of the DCS should be done keeping in mind the third-party systems to be connected, the number of devices and the data to be handled. All communication with the third-party system should be on Ethernet. The DCS should have adequate I/O scanning capacity with at least 50% spare. A plant-wide fiber optic network ring works out to be cost-effective, reliable, and fast. For the process I/O, you may consider remote I/O stations on Ethernet. Remote I/O stations with about 100 I/O each distributed throughout the plant are recommended. Intelligent MCC and VFD must be on Ethernet for fast and efficient motor operation. The intelligent field instruments such as load cell based weighing systems, mass flow meters, etc. should be connected to the DCS on Ethernet. Separate energy monitoring system connecting the energy meters and intelligent breakers is recommended. The energy data required for energy reporting should be exported to the DCS through OPC. This will reduce the load on the DCS for scanning large number of energy meters. The automation system or the DCS package should include the intelligent MCC, VFD, and energy monitoring system. And the automation vendor should be responsible for the integration and successful implementation. ISA S88 based batch management systems, MES, and integration with ERP should be considered in the roadmap. We'll need them to transform your business. Some people say that they don't need them. But when smartphones were introduced, many people felt that they didn't need them. 5 years down the line, you can't live without them. Many processes have exothermic reactions and can turn into a catastrophe if not adequately safeguarded. In the recent years, there have been many such incidents. There is a rising trend to use the safety PLC system based on IEC 61508 as emergency shutdown systems over and above the normal automation system. For hazardous processes, safety PLC systems that can be easily integrated with the DCS should be considered. The emerging industries usually do not have experienced automation professionals in their project teams. The decisions are taken by the project managers who are not having automation background. they find it convenient and safe to offload the automation package to one of the large automation system manufacturers. The automation package consists of many items and services beyond the scope of a single automation vendor. The success of the project depends on proper design, successful integration of various components, and most important, the services. Therefore, only system integrators having requisite domain expertise as well as the system integration expertise in this type of industry should be considered for execution. This practice is followed in the advanced countries like USA and in the Europe. End products of pharma, food and beverage, CPG are for direct human consumption and hence subject to strict regulatory compliances. Features such as user management, audit trails, compliance with 21 CFR 11, etc. help in meeting the regulatory requirements and should be available in the selected system. The selected system must have advanced cyber security features, and integral with the system. The firewall and the security features must be a part of the system architecture. Now, I would like to present a case study where we have implemented an automation system for a large decorative paint manufacturing plant in India. The system architecture is shown in the slide. You can see a number of machines in the system. Nowadays, such big architectures, these machines are virtualized. The system consists of the new generation DCS EcoStruxure process expert from Schneider Electric, 2 operation servers, 1 engineering server, 8 operating stations, 2 sets of M5IT hot standby process automation controllers, 55 remote IO stations, each with about 128 IO, 8 intelligent MCC panels with 150 T intelligent relays, and 43 Ultivar VFDs connected on Ethernet ring network. Third-party PLCs for OEM systems, Zeppelin pneumatic conveying system, Oliver battle mixers, Westerol mixers, Avery bulk filling machines, Cadatronic retail filling machines, ABB robos, Godrej Z conveyor, ASRS systems have been integrated with the DCS on Modbus TCP/IP, Ethernet IP, and Profinet. Schneider Electric multifunction meters in electrical panels have been connected to power monitoring expert software for energy management. Relevant energy data has been provided in the DCS and batch through OPCD. About 75 load cell based weighing systems and 60 mass flow meters have been connected to the system through Ethernet IP and Profinet respectively. The system has approximately 15,000 IO. Archiving of critical data and customized reports have been provided through the historian. Wonderware in-batch has been used to provide advanced ISA ACTA-based batch management. The system has online interface with customer's SAP system. Process orders are received from the SAP, scheduled in batch, and executed in the DCS as per the recipe. Online batch and process data is transferred to the SAP phase by phase. At the end of the batch, a comprehensive batch reports are automatically generated. The system will be shortly upgraded with MES to improve its analytical capabilities. A 64-inch display is provided in the control room to show the dashboards with critical operating parameters. So in conclusion, I would like to say that automation requirements of the emerging process industries are different from continuous and discrete process industries. They need the new generation DCS to meet their automation requirements. The basic automation system or the DCS is only a part of the total scope of digitalization. Integration with third-party automation systems for the process and utility equipment, intelligent MCC, energy monitoring systems, intelligent field instruments, batch management, ERP must be taken into consideration at the design stage. The job of design and implementation must be entrusted with an experienced automation solution provider and not the manufacturer. Digitalization is not an option, but it's a survival strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Limaye, for the excellent presentation. Hope I am audible.
Yeah.
Limaye, I got one question to ask you in this.
Yes.
See, when you take about this food and beverage industry,
Yeah.
or pharmaceutical industry,
Yeah.
the set of guidelines and standards placed on this industry by the government institutions are
Yeah.
very different than the petrochemical or refinery complexes.
Right. Right.
Right. Like, say, for example, you talk about the concept of clean room in a pharmaceutical.
Yes.
Similarly, on the food and beverage industry, the pipelines, the tapping points are totally different. They are
Yes.
mostly glass lined, etc. So now in these circumstances, suppose if I have already got an existing system or an existing legacy system or manual operating plant, how do you think you can convert it to a smart system with your proposed system architecture?
No, we get many such applications.
Oh.
And see, when you have a plant with a legacy system, then normally it doesn't have too much of instrumentation. The sensors are less. So what it amounts to is a total revamp of the system where you not only change the automation system, but you have to redesign the plant with new set of sensors and valves for the automation and the automation system, maybe the batch and MES and integration with SAP. This is what normally happens.
But suppose there is already some sort of a system existing.
Yeah.
How do you integrate that system into your system?
Yeah, what we do is we have done it at some places. What we do is we keep the sensors, transmitters, valves, even the remote IO common. What we do is instead of connecting those remote IO to the legacy DCS, we connect it to our system, to the new generation system on maybe Ethernet or Modbus or whatever protocol, Profibus, whatever protocol is available, and transfer the program to the new generation system. So what we retain, so by doing this, what happens is you don't have to change the wiring or the IO panel. And with the same infrastructure, by changing the CPU, the system can be upgraded.
Okay. Now I got one last question. Since the systems which you are delivering is from a very recognized company, Schneider. So what sort of support you are going to give in terms of guarantee, warranty for the system?
No, when we operate in this manner that we are an authorized partner of, say, for example, Schneider Electric. So the systems in terms of hardware as well as software, we are fully packed up by Schneider. Our people are trained by Schneider. The systems are fully guaranteed by Schneider. And in addition to the support that is given by Supertech as a solution provider, Schneider has its own level 1, level 2, level 3 support system on which customer can have a direct access.
Okay.
So what happens is by having a solution provider in between, the customer gets the advantage of a multinational vendor with its support system as well as a quick service from the solution provider. So it's a double kind of advantage. customer gets.
Thank you very much, Mr. Limaye. Thanks a lot. I don't have any further questions received from any of the delegate. I would request Serene to take over and hand over to the next speaker, please.
Thank you, Raman sir. Thank you, Mr. Limaye. It was indeed a very, very brilliant presentation that you had. And we actually had to learn a lot from your presentation, and we've done that. Thank you. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the time to introduce our moderator for the next session. And he is none other than Mr. Rishikesh Bhagat, and he is connected with ISA since 2010. Rishikesh, over to you.
Thanks, Shireen. So our next session, pneumatic solution to the industrial challenges, will be taken care by the director of the New Flow Automation India Limited, Mr. Vaibhav Mehta. So it's my privilege to introduce Mr. Vaibhav Mehta. Vaibhav Mehta is an engineer graduated from Mumbai University with an overall experience of 15 years in process industry, as well as he has worked in many applications in pneumatics for process and factory automation, as well as he's having a huge and rich experience on flow measurement and internal corrosion measurement. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to ask Mr. Vaibhav Mehta to please take over the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishikesh. Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Rishikesh, for the warm welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. We New Flow. Wait a minute. I would like to share my screen as well before we start, right? I need your help, Rishikesh, to confirm that my screen is visible or not.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Perfect. Thank you for this confirmation, Rishikesh. Good afternoon, everybody. We New Flow Automation India Private Limited would like to thank the ISA committee for the opportunity to present today. Myself, Vaibhav Mehta, Director at New Flow Automation India Private Limited. We shall be talking today about the pneumatic solutions to the industrial challenges. Before we proceed, let's have a quick glance to the today's agenda. We shall be having a quick walk through the history of pneumatics, and then we will be having a company overview with the product portfolio, and then we shall be taking a deep dive into the industrial challenges and its solutions. Pneumatically, we shall be talking about the power industry, cement industry, and the automotive industry. The use of the pneumatic principle for industrial or the ease of or the day-to-day usage goes back to all the way 1870. It would be interesting to know that the first fully functional pneumatically powered subway was in operation from 1870 to 1873 in New York. In today's world of ever-changing technology, isn't it fascinating that even after almost 2 centuries, the use of pneumatic remains stronger than ever before? The major reason for the same is reliability, redundancy, safety, and simplicity of design and control. Let us take a quick look on the, if you can imagine any plant, whether it's small or big, a refinery or a pharma or a food beverage, irrespective of the industry and the size, the plant can be either still operating on 4220 or could have been advanced to wireless communication. However, one thing that is common in all the plants is the use of pneumatic equipments. Going to the next slide is on the company overview. We New Flow Automation India are in the field of design and manufacturing of industrial pneumatic equipments and accessories. With an unparalleled drive for quality, performance, and value, we are making a perfect choice for the customers. We have our manufacturing facility at Bhiwandi in Thane. With our highly qualified and experienced professionals, we bring an cumulative experience of more than 50 years to the business. With our state-of-the-art manufacturing facility, including of various CNC machines, special purpose machines, and general purpose machines, and our stringent quality checks, we are able to achieve timely delivery with the best quality. I am proud to share that with our with our current infrastructure, we are able to deliver the pneumatic cylinders in as low as 1 day. Moving to the product portfolios, we have our portfolio basket includes a wide range of pneumatic equipments and accessories, starting from the regulating power cylinders to the on-off power cylinders, wherein a customized solution is designed and manufactured by the in-house engineering team. We offer a wide range of pneumatic cylinders from ISO 15552 to the heavy duty thyroid type cylinders. These both types of cylinders can be either in single acting type or double acting types. We also offer a compact type cylinders for the short stroke applications and the miniature type cylinders for the low torque applications. So as to complete the pneumatic circuit, our product offering also extends to the pneumatic valves, air preparation units, and pneumatic accessories. We offer all the types of pneumatic valves, namely 2x2, 3x2, 5x2, and 5x3, both single coil, double coil, hand lever valves, flow control valves, quick exhaust valves, and air locking relays. We also have in-house designs for the manifold gangs where we can club all multiple solenoids at one junction in the control panel. Having said the same, let us go quickly into the topic of the day, which is industrial challenges. Now, industrial challenges in the power industry. The boiler's damper gate application is damper gate control application. Sorry. Boiler efficiency plays a major role in the overall plant efficiency. Boilers that performs today are typically operating at an efficiency less than 60%. With an ever increasing prices of the fuel, it is more than imperative that the boilers needs to be start operating to the efficiencies at as high as 80 to 85%. The boiler efficiency is dependent on majorly four factors: fuel supply, air supply, feed water supply, and the steam temperature control. Let us understand the process of thermal power plant. A coal is fed into the boiler and steam is generated through the boiler tubes. This steam is then fed to the turbines to rotate and thereby creating the electricity. As you understand that in this process, the draft is generated. A draft is nothing but a differential pressure is generated between the boiler and the stack. This deep differential pressure, or technically called as draft, is generated with the help of ID/FD fans. The FD fans are used to regulate the pressure at the flue gases, and the ID fans are used to regulate the draft so as the desired flow of the flue can be obtained in the boiler tubes. Both at ID fans and the FD fans are regulated with the help of damper gates. These damper gates control the air which is to be supplied to the boiler and thereby maintaining the air to fuel ratio. Now that we understand the application clearly, let us go through the challenges for this application. As obviously, the typical challenge would be a quick response. With the change in the fuel quality and the calorific value, the air to fuel ratio needs to be adjusted accordingly. This can be achieved with the help, which is a challenge for the operator. The another challenge, which needless to say, is the coal. Needless to say, in case of thermal power plant, is the coal dust depositions. When you are in the thermal power plant, even if we are there for 15 to 20 minutes, our clothes are full of dust, full of coal dusts. However, this dust depositions should not be damaging the equipments or the seals beneath it. This is a challenge which needs to be taken care. The another major challenge for the movement of the damper gate is high torque requirements. As you understand in the previous slide, the damper gates are at the downstream of the IDFD fans. The damper gates continuously is under pressure from the air generated from the IDFD fans. So as to operate the damper gate, we need high torques, which normally runs into more than 500 Newton meters. Last but not the least is the safety in case of power or air failures. So let's say what happens if in case of a power failure on a thermal power plant or in a particular circuit. The power might fail, but the pressure inside the boiler still remains as it is. And this pressure needs to be vented before it becomes dangerous, which is why the damper gate needs to be opened accordingly. So now that we have identified the challenges, let us see how we can overcome with our solutions from the new flow automation. With the help of our regulating power cylinder, we can achieve less than 10-second travel time from zero position to full position. So that if you can understand in case of a normal modulating where the positions changes from hardly from 25 position to 35 position or 50 position, the operation happens in less than 5 seconds. The another thing which we saw in the previous slide is the heavy torque requirements, which is requirements to modulate or to change the position of the dampers. With our high bore cylinders of 350 mm, we can go as high as 800 Newton meters torque. The another obvious challenge which we saw was regarding the coal dust applications. The coal dust depositions can be avoided by installing the bellows on the piston rod. These bellows can be either of rubber, synthetic leather, or pure leather. And one of the most important challenges, as we saw in the previous slide, was safety. So in case of what happens in case of power failure or the air failure, the pneumatic cylinder or the regulating power cylinder can still be operated with the help of manual override, wherein the declutch-clutch mechanism is used to manually operate the pneumatic power cylinder. I would like to take this opportunity to take you further into the various combinations possible for the pneumatic power cylinders. Regulating pneumatic power cylinder is nothing but a combination of various pneumatic equipments put together with a detailed requirements from the customer. The equipments namely are majorly included are the air locking device, the feedback units, the manual override, and the positioners. The air locking device basically locks the air within the pneumatic cylinder in case of air failure, so that the position remains stable. The feedback unit it provides the feedback signal to the control room for with the current physical position of the pneumatic cylinder. This gives the confidence to the operator about the position of the damper. The sensors used for the feedback unit can be either micro switch or the proximity types. Also, with the various combination of weatherproof and flameproof or the enclosures from SS to aluminum, we can pick up the choice of feedback unit to be used. The next is manual override. Manual override, as I said in the previous slide, it uses the rack and pinion of principle to operate. Once you clutch the wheel, or in other words, engage the wheel to the rack, you can manually operate the position of the pneumatic cylinder to open or close, thereby achieve the desired position of the damper gates. The most important equipment on the regulating power cylinder is the positioners. The positioners can be either pneumatic, electro-pneumatic, or the smart types. The pneumatic positioners still uses the air as a signal, wherein the air can be either in the range of 3 to 15 psig. The new electro-pneumatic positioners uses the electrical signal, which is in the range of 4 to 20 milliamperes or 0 to 10 volts. And last, these which is most commonly commonly used positioners today is the smart positioners. The smart positioners can be operated on the HART protocol or the field bus, or to some extent we can go even wireless with the help of additional support. I think we have discussed enough about the regulating power cylinder. It's time to go to the next application, which is cement industry. Now, unlike the one of the major application in the cement industry, which can be interesting to discuss, is the bulk material handling system. Unlike in case of liquid or gases, which can be transferred with the help of a pump within the pipelines, with a pump and the set of pipelines, the pneumatic conveying system is used for transferring the dry bulk materials. Pneumatic conveying system is nothing but a closed loop system where high pressure air is allowed to pass, or in many cases nitrogen gas is allowed to pass through the closed loop, and it acts as a driving force to carry the dry bulk material from one place to other. Now let us understand the cement industry in detail, or in a brief rather. Okay, the cement industry, firstly, the limestone is from the quarry is picked up and brought to the cement plant, and after crushing of the limestone, the cement is fed to the pneumatic conveying system through the feeder silos. Now, with the help of the pneumatic conveying system, the raw material passes through the various processes like raw mill, preheating, calcination, and addition of the secondary additives, and finally the cement is stored in the silos for the further dispatches or the packing in the baggage. As we saw, the transfer of the transfer of the dry bulk material is special. Also, the valves used for the same are special, namely knife gate valves, dome valves, dump valves are the valves which are used. These valves are typically automated with the help of a linear pneumatic cylinders, or we call it as an on-off cylinders. Now, the typical challenges with the bulk material handling is, in case of a dump valve, inaccurate displacement results in farting noise, further resulting into mechanical failure of the valve seals. So it is very important that after the operation of the dump valve from open to close, the position is again achieved and the linear displacement is accurate. Quick opening of the damper gate valves at the feed of a pneumatic conveying system. Continuous and controlled air supply remains the key of the continuous and controlled air supply to the pneumatic conveying system remains the key for the corrective supply, corrective movement of the dry bulk materials. So as accordingly, the movement of the damper gates, which feeds the air supply to the pneumatic conveying system, also needs to be quick. Another challenge is about the dome walls at the feeder hoppers. Now, dome walls are designed in such a way that the seals are not touching the seat or the ball which is inside the dome wall. Namely, basically for the reason of avoiding the mechanical failures in case of dry materials passing through it while the ball is still in motion. Now, once the challenge here is about the bubble shut off once the dome or the ball inside the dome wall is completely switched off. The next application or challenge is about the jamming of knife gate valves, which are used at the feed of the boilers. Now, as the feed of the boilers, the coal are feeded through it, and it is always a continuous process unless there's an emergency or an shutdown. So the knife gate valve's frequency of operation is very low, and thereby the coal dust gets deposited on the face of the shaft or the gate rather, and thereby jamming the knife gate valves. As the challenges are unique, the solutions are equally unique. With the help of the on-off pneumatic power cylinders, we can achieve. Let us see how we can solve the current challenges which are identified in the previous slide. Our on-off power cylinders come with a plus or minus 3%, 3 mm tolerance, which means we ensure that the dump valve displacement remains accurate and the maintenance for the same is as low as possible because of the mechanical failures. With the help of our special pneumatic circuits, our cylinder operates in less than 4 seconds. This helps the operator to control the air supply to the pneumatic conveying system accurately. Specially designed, we saw in the previous slide regarding the dome walls and the problem and the issue regarding the sealing of the same. What we can do is with our specially designed air pressure switch, we can with the help of our special pressure switch, the air pressure can be fed it to the through the cavity to the dome wall and thereby inflating the seals within the valve, thereby ensuring 100% bubble shut off. And the one of the last applications is about the jamming of the knife gate valves. So with the help of we have special pneumatic purging provisions, which is coupled along with the pneumatic cylinders, we can achieve or to we can design such that the pneumatic air is purged through the cavity on the knife gate valves on the face of the gate, such that the dust particles are cleaned and the jamming is avoided when expected to operate. Let us move to the next. One more interesting application for the pneumatics is in the automotive industry. Automotive industry is one of the industry which uses maximum utilization of the pneumatic principle. The pneumatic equipment is widely used in this industry, namely in the automatic assembly lines, structure welding lines, and the automated door systems. The pneumatically operated robots are used to hold the individual parts like dashboards or windscreens on the in place before it can be actually assembled. So, for example, before the windscreen is assembled, the windscreen is held in place by the pneumatically operated robot, and the persons are fills the sealant on the chassis, and immediately the robot then fixes the windscreen on the chassis, thereby ensuring that the safety of the persons involved and also the accurate placement of the equipment on the body. Second example or the application is structure welding lines. In the structure welding line is an automated process with a pneumatic robots holding the structure in place before welding. So what it does is basically, if you can visualize what we do is the side panels or the body panels are held by the pneumatics circuits onto the chassis, and then the welding process is conducted while the body panel is still holded by the pneumatic cylinders. Now, the obvious challenges are with this welding is high temperatures and the risk of sparters disrupting the disrupting the tubes of supplying the air. Another application which would be interesting to understand is automated door system. Automated door system, an electro-pneumatic system compliant to AIS 047 and 043 is installed to alight or board the cabin. Typically, let me explain you what is this all about. In simple words, is nothing but the door which is automatically opened or closed while alighting the bus or metro train. It looks so simple that a door is operated by the driver and it looks opens and closed. However, there are a lot of guidelines which are directed by the government of India for the passenger safety for the same. It includes the features like anti-pinch, vehicle movement signal, or the parking brakes. We will see the same and let us understand these features in more detail. Sorry, yeah. So anti-pinch system is nothing but in what happens when the door is about in the closing why about to close and a foreign particle comes on the way. Let's say our hand or somebody is about to try to enter the bus while the doors are getting closed. In such situations, the anti-pinch system comes in action and the doors are retracted from closing and it goes back to the open position. Vehicle move signal. Now, vehicle move signal is very important from the safety perspective. Once the vehicle attains a certain speed, the door opening mechanism is locked. So even by an accident, the driver cannot open the gates while the vehicle is in movement. Well, obvious challenges for the automotive industries. The challenges for the designers of the automobile and automobiles are heavy wear and tear due to heavy usages. As you can see the picture, I think most of us are familiar with this, with the heavy usages of metro trains or the local trains while during the peak hours. As you can understand, how much stress are going to be is expected on the equipments which are installed on the doors of the metro in such crowded situations. Hence, the challenge over here is the equipments which are installed needs to be as rugged as possible. Next thing is the vibration due to the the movement of the automobiles. The equipments needs to be vibration proof because of the vibration which are absorbed by the vehicle during the movement. Well, when I take the vehicle, my expectation is the vehicle should be trouble free for at least 7 to 10 years, and so I believe would be for everybody. Hence, the designers are expected to generate or to design or to install the equipments in such a way they are long lasting, and it's a challenge, believe me, because none of us likes to pay for the maintenance, right? I'm pretty sure. The next is safety. Well, in case of public transports like buses or metros, safety becomes obvious concerns, which is why we have various safety measures like we discussed in the previous slides. The next thing is Unlike our industrial applications, the automobiles are expected to be in the outdoors, facing the various climatic conditions like snowfall, desert heat, or maybe the monsoon regions, heavy monsoon rains. All right. So let us see how we can address these challenges using the solutions from the new flow automation. We have our in-house design for complete design for the complete solution on the automatic bus or metro door systems. The solution is compliant to the AIS 047 and 043. Features like anti-pinch, vehicle movement system, etc. are incorporated. And we also have additional features like door position, interlocking automobile brakes, which is when the door is open, the automobile brakes are automatically applied and it remains applied until the door position is back to close, which is to avoid the accidents of people trying to, alight or board the train or buses while in motion. The next is structure welding solutions. With our anti-spatter tubes, we can protect the pneumatic air supply tubes which are used in the structure welding from puncturing. Also, the pneumatic cylinders which are used for the while the structure welding is happening are exposed to the lot of heat due to induction. Now, these heat can be destroying or rupturing the seals. With our special seals, we can increase the temperature handling capacity of the pneumatic cylinders which are used for structure welding. With this, I would like to end this our session, and we would welcome you further for any discussions on or question answers for the same. Thank you for patient listening.
Thank you for your superb presentation, which have added a lot of focus on the pneumatic solution. Now I have a few questions from the audience. Let me go on that. The first question is, can you please share more light on the fail-safe pneumatic circuit in the power cylinder?
Well, thank you for the question. Regarding the fail-safe pneumatic circuits, what we have is in case of, let's say in case of an air failure, what happens is the air locking device which we discussed in the regulating power cylinder gets activated and automatically gets activated, and it locks the air which is currently present in the complete pneumatic circuit, and thereby ensuring that the stay put position of the current stay put position on the pneumatic cylinder, and thereby on the application, which is, for example, where we discussed was about the dampers. So wherever the dampers were there, they remain there irrespective of the air failure. I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, one more question.
Okay.
The next question is about the on-off cylinder. So the question is, in case of on-off cylinder, you mentioned that the cycle time has less than 4 seconds. Is this a standard cycle time?
Well, Rishikesh, in case of power cylinders, nothing is standard. We have a complete design as a customized solution on each and every case. Our engineers go through the complete requirement on the data sheets from the customers, and the solutions are designed based on the application. So we can go as low as 1 second as well. And in the normal situations, if the customer do not need it, we don't need to over-engineer it by putting additional equipments. So this is how it's not a standard. No.
Okay. Thanks a lot, sir. Your session was really superlative and interesting. I wish you all the best, and thanks for participating in the Triple PA meet, sir.
Thank you. And we thank as well to the ISA team on this COVID era. We are still able to continue the business as usual. It doesn't look like that we are in such a difficult situation. It just feels that I'm still in the same normal situations where we are still connected to so many people, and the seamless platform which was designed by the team, we really appreciate the same.
Thoughts, sir? Yeah. I wish you all the best for your future.
Thank you, Rishikesh, and the listeners.
Yeah. Over to you, Shireen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mehta. That was amazing. And thank you very much, Mukesh, for moderating the entire session so nicely. Now moving on to our next session, and for the moderation, I would like to request Janvi Hotwani to join us. And the next session is on digitalization of total water system. Janvi, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Janvi Hotwani. On behalf of ISA Maharashtra section, I would like to welcome you all to the session of PPPA 2021 Virtual Symposium. The topic of this session is digitalization of total water system. I have the honor of introducing our speaker, Mr. V.S. Bhaskar. He is the Senior General Manager and Strategic Head of the Environmental and Energy Division at Murugappa Organo Water Solutions Private Limited. Mr. V.S. Bhaskar is an environmental engineer with 25 plus years of experience in environmental safety and sustainable engineering, design and management programs. He has obtained his master degree in environmental engineering and management from IIT Kanpur. He has worked on various environmental projects in sectors including oil and gas, refineries, power plants, paper and pulp, synthetic organics, ports and harbors, etc. He has rich experience in implementing various pollution prevention and waste minimization techniques for large-scale industries in India and Dubai, designing, troubleshooting, upgrading water and wastewater treatment plants is another area where he has worked extensively. Mr. Bhaskar is also conversant with emission testing and air pollution analysis, wastewater analysis, soil and groundwater sampling and analysis. He has safety risk assessment and management. He has executed several safety related risk assessment projects. So it's a pleasure to have you, Mr. Bhaskar, in this virtual symposium. And I would like to welcome you on screen and present amongst us. Over to you, Mr. Bhaskar.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Janvi. And good afternoon, everyone, all the delegates. And first of all, I would like to thank ISA for giving us, on behalf of MOWs, I'd like to thank IS for giving this opportunity. So today, I'd like to just share my slides. Yeah. Hope the slide deck is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you so much. So good afternoon all, for the opportunity for us. On behalf of MOWS, today we'd like to present the topic on the total water system as the digitalization. So what we thought was, instead of just getting into just as a technologies, we would like to look at how these technologies can be very effective in integrating a total water management system. So I'll be just talking the next 20 minutes. What is the overall, what is the current progress, how it's been looked in, and what are the current opportunities, what we have in terms of the total digitalization of the total water system. So prior to that, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce MOWS. We are part of the Murugappa Organo Water Solutions. It's a joint venture between Murugappa Group and then Organo, that is Japan. So we provide integrated water and wastewater management and engineering solutions. That's where we gained lots of insights on various technologies, how the digitalization is being done, what is the current progress into it. So today in this session, we'd like to talk something like around, based on our experience for the last 15 years of 200 plus plants, O&M operations, which we have done for the water and wastewater systems. And we have been operating that. And based on that information, we try to look at how the total digitalization, especially for the total water management system, has been evolved and what is the current scope and challenges. That's what we'd like to look at. So prior to that, what we'd like to present today is a complete water cycle, because as you know very well, today water use efficiency, yes, it has reached to certain maturity level, especially in India. And over a decade, lots of agencies, lot of NGOs coming back to the government agencies, everything based on the efforts, we were able to reach to some extent on the water use efficiency part of it. But today, even water security and climate risk adaptation is also one of the critical things. So
So as increasingly, if you try to look at climate risk reporting, these are all the aspects which need to be definitely monitored and reported. And subsequently, of course, the water reuse and recycling has already reached to a certain maturity level. So there are a lot of new technologies have come in into those areas. So based on what we've looked at is for the last 15-20 years of our experience operating different plants, we have developed something like more than 60 plus different indicators, how these parameters will be, can be monitored, integrated as a part of the integrated system, and to, the bring in more visibility, both in terms of the availability of the systems and also security of the overall business continuity of the whole thing. So to start with, if you try to look at, as I just mentioned, as the water security and climate risk adaptation, definitely till yesterday, if you try to look at it, is all a business continuity plan. But today, if you see, many of the industries are required to submit or disclose some of those water-related risks for some of the international requirements, and also for the state requirements also coming up into that. And if you see, I think the Ministry of Jal Shakti has already issued the the regulations today. So water conservation is no more a kind of the voluntary act. So definitely that need to be incorporated as a part of the the business strategy and also the compliance requirements. So definitely the monitoring requirements and the reporting requirements also is more now. It's very important for us when it comes to the water security. This is what we call is the business continuity part of it. When it comes to the water use efficiency, as I just mentioned earlier, there's a lot of progress has been already done. And of course, and day by day, we have lots of stringent standards have come up into it. So today we have even the water use benchmarks. That is also for each sector that has been, promulgated. And also voluntarily, there is a lot of water use has been looked in because they wanted to compare with the peers, and also some of the best practices as a part of the sustainability goals that is also there into it. But one of the biggest challenges which we have seen in industries is the dynamically changing the raw water quality. That itself is a big challenge, because water is a solvent. The solvent has got a solute. It has got so many other parameters, dissolved parameters, suspended parameters, and everything. So the kind of the variability within the plant, within the seasons, definitely that is something which need to be properly, looked in more closely today, because as we try to, reuse, recycle more amount of the water, definitely those pollutants, those, solutes are getting concentrated, and that will have its own impact onto the overall sustainability of the water management system itself. So today, the more important thing is not just as a parameter monitoring, it is more the shift is getting into the predictability of the total water management system. That's what which we observed into that. So this is what we call as the water efficiency is migrating just from the concept of the monitoring towards the predictability and sustainability. So the last part we try to look at is the water reuse and recycling. I think all the industry, fraternity, definitely they can accept this. It's today we have the best systems for the raw water treatment and the monitoring of it in terms of the DM plants. You talk about softeners, ultra pure filtration systems. Any of that, we have the best systems and the best integrated systems into it. But when it comes to the water reuse and recycling, sometimes it has been looked as an end of the pipe treatment, but as we see nowadays, the recycling has become the integral part of the industry, and also many of the sectors today, the zero liquid discharge is also making them mandatory. And as we see, the climate variability is definitely going to push the industry try to use more amount of the reuse and recycling. That means the whole of the digital technologies, what we try to look at, it need to be definitely focused even more onto the water reuse and recycling. So based on our industry survey, would like to share what is the maturity, the current scenario, that part we'd like to look at. And another aspect what we have seen is the digital technologies today has been utilized primarily in terms of the optimizing the cost. That is something, the minimizing the cost is something which has been made as a priority. Then subsequently, the reliability of the system, some of the best technologies are available. So the reliability of the system is also one of the component, but still we need to see what is the level of that maturity of those systems. I'm going to present that in the subsequent slide now. So in the slide, you can definitely look into it. So today water has become a circular process. The recently, which we see the Ministry of Jal Shakti, whatever the notification they have given, those who are using the groundwater, you need to go back and recharge. That means at least 100% to 200%, depending upon the regions, we have to recharge the water itself. So that means what is really happening is starting from the raw water intake to the pre-treatment, coming back to the various types of the water, purification systems, depending upon your end requirement within the industry itself, and application, processes, technology, and then sectors. What's more important, the other side, each of these operations are going to generate certain amount of the wastewater. So until unless we properly manage this, the wastewater in a proper way, and then properly it has been disposed, the whole water cycle as a water management is not complete. So one aspect, the digitalization of the individual systems we are trying to look at as a software. Today we have the best system for the, the monitoring and the digitalization. Coming back to IoTs, also we have the DM plant we have, and we can today even we can predict the ultra pure systems, even the RO plants. So all of that, there's a lot of, the advancements really happened into it. But what's that? How I can really integrate this kind of the water management versus the wastewater management and make it as a complete cycle, so that we can definitely meet not only, the regulatory requirements, and also today the climate variability, climate disclosures, which has been one of the important parameter. So when it comes to the climate disclosures, if you see the finance disclosures, what they're trying to look at is the transparency, the data. That is something. So both in terms of the water use and also the wastewater reuse and recycling, we need to have the robust monitoring systems and the parameters. So based on our experience, as I just mentioned, for about 20 years, we have developed more than 50 plus different indicators across the area. So some of them which I'd like to discuss in the subsequent, the slides. So the first thing what we found is we need to have something benchmarks, both in terms of the water quality and the quantities for the different, the end users. So I think it's a time now we need to have some kind of the water quality benchmarking as a national level framework itself that may be required, because each industry has got its own kind of the characteristics, but at least there should be some kind of the benchmark, some kind of the guidance on the individual groups of the water use. So ultimately there will be 4 types of the groups. So each one has got its own challenges, each one has got its own requirement, and each parameters will be totally different, both in terms of the solute and the solvent. I'm just saying both in terms of the water as a solvent and also the solute as various different types of the chemical parameters that will be present into that. So that is one area which we feel, definitely the current digital technologies will be very, very useful. So the next thing is what we have seen is all industries, because in the process of reducing their water footprint, there is a lot amount of the reuse and recycling that is really happening. So the recycling as an end of the pipe treatment, it's all simple. You're trying to push everything to an RO and the multiple effective operator, everything, but ultimately the cost and the carbon footprint, that is something is happening. So just like an energy footprint, this is what we have is the water footprint. And water, the pinch. The water pinch is something depending upon the quality of the water, you can try to reuse and recycling. That is what you can try to look at it. That is what is driving the industry to reduce the operating cost and also the capital cost and the reliability of the system, instead of just pushing everything to the end of the pipe. So to definitely achieve these, we need to have a proper digitalization. That means both in terms of the quantities and the solvent and the solute. Both need to be differently measured. Here I just mentioned only one parameter. It's called the LSI. That's a different thing. But ultimately, if you want to really optimize the entire water network system, I need to definitely know what is the total overall scaling potential of the entire water, so that I will come to know where I can stop, how many cycles which I can see, cycles of concentration in the entire facility I can definitely do. So this is something is very important. And coming back to now, based on our data, you can see the long-term data from starting from the raw water to the end of the pipe, that is what we call the disposal. Definitely the cost of the water, that means both in terms of the treatment, the energy cost, and labor cost, and all kinds of the O&M cost, everything. So definitely as it moves towards the end, definitely the cost of the treatment of the wastewater and water and the disposal is much, much higher. So definitely the level of the digitalization that is required. Of course, this water side is very, very important, both in terms of the quality, because it goes into the individual system. What we file in terms of the compliance, in terms of the achieving the sustainability goals, and also the energy cost and operating costs, I think definitely we need to have the more integration. It is not the technologies, as I just said, we have the best technologies in India. We already made sure into that, but the integration of that is very, very, very important in the downstream of the wastewater system, so that we can become a kind of the closed cycle. So what we can see here is what the industry is trying to look at based on our 200 plus industries which we have been operating, and based on the data. the technologies which is being driving for the energy conservation and the operating cost and the O&M cost, all of that, that is a cost oriented thing. Definitely that is more important, is already reached a maturity level. But the second thing is the reliability. Even if I am saying reuse and recycling, you have so many technologies for the wastewater treatment and regeneration. When we talk about the primary biological treatment system, biological itself, there will be some numerous, you can say 10, 15 different treatment systems you have. And today the RO technologies have been well advanced into that. We have now the tertiary treatment, which has been already there into it. So all of that, if you try to look at, is the overall reliability of that recycling system. How do you really improve? Which, based on our assessment, which we find the overall availability of such systems, recycling systems, is not more than 60 to 70%. That means definitely I need to have at least 25 to 30% as a redundancy in the entire plant. That means both in terms of the capital cost. When we have the modules as a standby modules, then definitely, that is going to have, the depreciation cost and everything into it. So if you have a proper monitoring and parameter, estimation, then some amount of the modeling and all kind of the data, then definitely the overall reliability of the entire water system. That means where I'm going to reuse it, what is the water quality that is available for some other location, where I can really match with that kind of the operational optimization can be definitely looked in. So we feel the reliability aspect is also very important when it comes to the digitalization. And the most important thing which we can see is those who are operating the zero liquid discharge, the predictability is also very, very important. This is also one thing. So we have the monitoring systems into that will be coupled even with an intelligent system of the data analysis, then coming back to the diagnostic analysis into that, then accordingly we can, take that input into a strategic decision for the entire system. Because each of the plant, each of the operational system, water system, I would like to call, both in terms of the water as how it is migrating to the entire, the plant and the facility is unique. We cannot just have one model for one operation, even with the same fertilizer plant, even X to Y, there'll be lots of difference when it comes to the overall parameters that will be there. As I just mentioned, there are 60 parameters which we are trying to mention, but out of the 60, the individual variability will be quite different into it. So we need to monitor, we need to set that, we need to have that signature for each of the plant. This is just possible only by completed digitalization. That's what we can see into it. I think quickly I'll move on these two. So what I would like to just share in another 5 minutes is based on our 200 plus plans, operational data, based on our experience into that for the last, 3 to 4 years, which we try to look in. The parameters wise, if you see the feed water quality, product water quality, then coming back to the quantity of the inlet and outlet, specific energy cost, chemical cost, specific operating costs. I just trying to name few of that. As I just mentioned, we have more than around 30 to 40 parameters only for the water side of it. So these parameters, if you try to look at the actual digitization, if you can really look in, even though we have the technologies, but because of the various reasons and the size type of the sector and the age of the plant, and of course altogether, which is more important, is the need. But now the post-COVID scenario, definitely there will be a drastic change. I can say that because there's a lot of the remote monitoring that will be definitely required. So wherever you are trying to see here, the basic systems will be definitely replaced, or they will migrate into the intermediate systems. So this will be definitely a need of the hour. So similarly, if you try to look at the same thing as a water side, how many of them which has been focused only in the cost optimization, the digitalization has been very well done into that. The cost optimization is being put in as a focus, but definitely there is a need now to migrate from the reliability monitoring to the system as a sustainability part of it, predictability monitoring. So the large plants is already taking up, and some of the sectors are already migrated into that. I feel wherever there is a complete reuse recycling that will be there, that is number one. Where there is a water stress is there, because today you have the water stress map for the India. It has been continuously updated. So based on those areas, definitely the industries or the facilities need to definitely look into this migration of that, just from the cost minimization part to almost a migration from the reliability to predictability approach. That's going to save a lot. But the scenario, if you see on the wastewater side, and it is little bit grim, if you can see this data, what are the information I've just given that. Yes, as a cost wise, definitely the generally those who have zero liquid discharge are trying to look at. But where you have just as a treatment plant, where you have the minimal treatment, where you're trying to dispose, definitely there's a lot need to be done as a digitalization. But I think post-COVID, definitely these areas also will take a kind of the acceleration. So we expect there'll be a lot of progress in this area. So there's a lot we need to do for the integration. What I'm trying to say is it's not technologies. I think if I start looking at the technology, there is a myriad technologies for every type of the water and wastewater systems that will be different. But integration of this and bringing into a predictability approach, that's what's the need of the for the post-COVID scenario, especially for the industry, with economically viable and easy to operate. These are all the things also very, very important, which we have to look at it. So what we have seen is wherever the digitalization is being done, so the energy consumption has virtually definitely has come down significantly, 20 to 30%. That's what we found. And of course, the reliability of the equipment is also has increased significantly into that. And then coming back to especially the maintenance cost. So the moment I have the data, so those parameters, once you start moving and predicting into it, I definitely know how my solvent, my solute, that means all my chemicals which is being there, the parameters, physicochemical parameters are there, how they are behaving in my entire circuit. I have a clear idea on that. And I can definitely model them and then try to put in a simple thing, and then we can see the predictive maintenance can be very, very robust. That's been very clearly done. So your maintenance cost has been reduced significantly, 25 to 35%. That's what we can look at into it. So as a conclusion, what I'd like to just submit to the forum here is we need to definitely migrate from just as a cost model for the digitalization elements to a predictability. Of course, reliability, we're all already in, we are about 50% into it, but we have to definitely move from as a cost to the predictability model, and we should start implementing. Then the industry is going to definitely get lots of advantage. And also as a whole country, it is not just a water as not as a as a solvent. Water is definitely, once it is moving into the system, there is a lot of energy that is required to operate it, to handle that. That means there is a carbon footprint assessed to it. So we need to definitely look in this balance, both in terms of the water as a water security, and also as a water as a carbon footprint, how much is really looked in terms of the treatment and the disposal and the recycling. So there should be a complete balance today, especially on the on the EU. I think all of you are aware now. Today we are racing towards the net zero. So definitely water management digitalization is going to help towards that. So we at MOWS, we are system integrators, and we closely work with the instrument leaders and gateway technology experts and IoT technology partners. And then recently we have launched even the big data analysis, especially the predictive analysis part of all our 200 sites where we are operating, and we are trying to come up with the models. But initially what we have done is the benchmarking. As I just mentioned, we have come up with around 55 to 60 different parameters. We have come that, and then definitely we would like to, we are open to discuss with the instrument leaders and the other experts into it, and then come up with a kind of an integrated model, especially for the predictive model for the Indian water management as a complete circular water management. That's what I would like to talk today. So with this, I'd like to thank for the opportunity that has been given, and thanks for your patient hearing. If you have any questions on the integrating all this, it's probably, I can take a couple of questions. Thank you so much. Over to you, Janvi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bhaskar, for such an informative session. I deeply appreciate this wonderful presentation. So we have a few questions here from our delegates, and one of the question is, what could be minimum parameters to be measured in water plant operation?
Oh, excellent. So what I just mentioned, the moment if I'm talking about is water. Water means as a solvent and solute. Solvent means water is a flow, definitely that need to be looked in, and the solute means you need to measure some of the indicators that is going to have an impact on your internal equipment. It could be just one parameter. Normally, wherever we do the audits, wherever we try to look at, always the LSI. There is a one parameter that always will helps to see how it is really migrating. So these are the two parameters. Of course, today monitoring the energy and everything, it has become an integral part of it. We don't foresee that will be a big problem.
Okay, great. So now we have our next question. Can we remove a plant water lab after installing all online instruments in water plant?
Yeah, this is something very challenging. I can understand that. Yes. What probably I can say is we can definitely significantly we can reduce the manpower. But still, what really happens is once we have a complete predictive, maintenance program, once the system reaches to that, definitely we can have, some of the places even without manpower. But I feel, it really takes some more time for the Indian industry, to reach to that level.
Okay. Yeah, our next question is it possible to merge a smoke detector and other not permit gas detector in plant digitalization?
Yeah, I think this is very well, which has been done in other parts of the world. And today is a one complete, comprehensive systems are quite possible. I think in my presentation, which I'm just talking about, is not as an individual plant level parameters. It is something which we have to look at is integrating all kinds of the parameters. That's what we are looking at the current scenario, and that is very much possible in the current, because all of the technologies are also available for us.
Okay, hope the answer is clear. And next question is it possible after digitalization, manpower requirement could be zero in field?
Yeah, again, I would just try to put this. This is a very challenging one.
Yeah, it's been a quite challenging. Yeah.
Because what really happens is, as we see our survey of the 200 plants, what we have done here, still digitalization, we, as a part of the water side, we matured a little bit. But as an integrated approach for the water reuse, recycle, I think, still it really takes some more time, even though we have technologies, but still we need to look at this cost benefit analysis. Then, the industry acceptance, this is also one point. And, but I think the post pandemic, as I just mentioned, definitely they will try to migrate it. So in the next 2-3 years, we'll be definitely able to achieve that. I'm very confident about that.
Yeah, agreed. Looking forward for the great future.
Yeah, sure.
So these are the questions I could cover, and the questions that have been uncovered at this moment will be forwarded to you, and we shall surely revert to our delegates soon. All right, then we are at the end of this session. I would like to extend my word of thanks to all the attendees for your valuable time. On behalf of ISA Maharashtra section, our sincere thanks to one of the sponsor, Murugappa Organo Water Solutions. Thank you so much, Mr. V.S. Bhaskar, for sharing the technical insights and enlightening us on digitalization of total water system. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Ms. Janvi. Thank you so much, all the delegates, for patient hearing, and have a safe, weekend.
Wish you the same. Yeah. Over to you, Shireen.
Thank you very much, Janvi. Thank you, Bhaskar sir. It was indeed amazing listening to you. And especially when we're listening to you, it was like, coming from the industry expert. It's definitely, we actually got to learn a lot. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, madam.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, I would request our next moderator, none other than Mr. Mukesh Vyas, to take over and conduct the session. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shireen. Yes, you're right. This is the last session for the event, but last not the least, the next presenters are from SAPCON Instrument, and we are pledged to introduce the presenter, the first presenter, Mr. Ashwin Palshikar, who is MBA from SPGen Institute of Management Research, and he is the Director for Business Development in SAPCON Instrument, as well as he is the Honorable Secretary of Indore Management Association, as well as Polyglot with Equal Command over English, Hindi, Marathi. So our next presenter will be Mr. Dhananjay Palshikar, Master of Science, Computer from Columbia University of New York, as well as he's the Director, Research and Development in SAPCON Instrument since 2012. He's also done the PG MBA from SPGen of Institute of Management and Research. Last but not the least, Manpreet Palshikar, who is Master of Science Computer from Virginia Polytechnic Institute of State University, Virginia. He's a research graduate assistant in Virginia Technology in 2012. He works as a tablet engineer in Intel Corporation in 2013 and working as a brand manager in SAPCON Instrument since 2014. So I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of ISA Maharashtra EC team. Over to you, sir, Ashwin sir.
Thank you, Rishikesh. Thank you for having us. It's always a pleasure to be part of something related to instrumentation. And in these times, connecting to people, talking to them any possible way, we're all looking forward to. And as you know that I'm looking more after business development. So what entices us to connect with people? So let us hope, it's been a very good session for the last 2 days. And I sincerely hope that this as well adds, we are able to add little value from our side to this entirely nicely done event. So I request Manpreet to begin. Manpreet, why don't you begin? Ladies first, why don't you begin?
Okay. Thank you, Rishikesh, for the introduction. I'd like to briefly introduce SAPCON and the strengths of SAPCON. We are basically a 37-year-old company. We deal with process instrumentation, and we like to develop customized solutions because we believe that one model may not always fit all requirements. So basically, there are a lot of challenging scenarios where you need customized level sensors as per your requirements. So we try to do that. So basically, you don't have to really buy only our standard solutions. We'll customize them for you. So thanks to our highly skilled production team and our inventory carrying capacity, that we are able to maintain over 1 million bombs. And we also value an MOQ as small as 1. A significant part of the credit goes to our R&D team, and we invest over 10% of our revenue in the research part to actually maintain the state-of-the-art facility. Being a debt-free company allows us to maintain stability in terms of costs, so that when the markets fluctuate, our costs do not upset the end user. Also, we have a very stable product chain so that we're able to maintain a variety of instruments along with their respective variants. Having studied human-computer interaction at Virginia Tech, I've really learned that innovation is indeed a very big part of technology. But to provide customized and affordable solutions to all kinds of people and their particular requirements, which are actually indeed very big for them, is another very big pillar. And that is the SAPCON's backbone. We rely on that. Also, in these testing times with respect to the pandemic, we tried to do our tiny bit. So 1 second, So we tried to donate towards the PM CARES Fund and also towards another facility that came up in Indore. We are very proud of our instruments that also did their bit by getting installed in oxygen plants and the facilities where the vaccines were being manufactured. Another thing which we did was we tried to make sure that all parties associated with us, be it the employees or our vendors, they never had to face any financial crisis when it came to SAPCON. So all the payments of the vendors, whether they be pending or the ongoing payments, they were done on a timely basis and completely without holding back anything. Besides this, we are also catering to many challenging applications, and a lot of instruments are actually the first of their kind in those specific sectors, which are, some of them are like ice sensors and the sensors that we give for nuclear power plants. I'm sure Ashwin will describe them in detail later. We are very fortunate to have Mr. Rajendra Palshikar as our founder director. He's a CA by profession. By qualification, but now he's looking after SAPCON, of course. We also enjoy 10% of our revenue that comes from exports. We are very happy to deal with significant orders coming from the US, Australia, and Italy. I'd now like to hand over the presentation to Ashwin. He'll describe the applications and the sectors that we cater to in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Manpreet. Thank you, everyone, for giving us a patient here so far. So industries, we cater a diverse segment of industries. So like we typically say in SAPCON, you get up with SAPCON, you go to bed with SAPCON. So when you get up, the first thing you consume is water. And when you sleep, you need a nice, peaceful bed. So I think the mattress, the coir, that also needs level switches. So in the morning, you use level switches in your overhead tanks through which you must be getting water. So all through the day, different applications, different process media, we have a solution for that. So that is what we have been working across, not working on a particular segment, but making sure that different applications, different specific applications within an industry segment are catered to well, and they're catered to damn well. That's what the motto has been. So been in SAPCON for more than about 14 years now. So my idea, or the idea which I have inherited from Mr. Rajendra Palshikar also, is to specialize in the segment, not have too many products or not diversify to an extent and not excel in it. So we go deep. We make sure that we have different models. That's why what Manpreet was telling you, that we have more than 1 million bombs. It specifically means that we have different models to cater various applications in the industry. So here's a snapshot of some of the applications we cater to. We had very limited slides to show this, otherwise the number of applications are far more many that we were able to cover. This is a pinwheel of which application gives us how much business. So you can find out poultry has a very important segment. In fact, talking of various segments, while the screen is there on your, while you can watch the screen, pharmaceutical and SPO2, these were two very interesting applications we got a chance to cater to. So all these big large-scale oxygen plants which are coming up, one of our orphan products, simple capacitance level switch, which otherwise would not have that much traction, suddenly sold like hotcake. Because every SPO2 plant needs this. Every large plant needs this. We were able to supply, and somehow we were able to keep our industry on all along because we were supplying to various important and essential industry sectors. And of course, so that was one interesting segment we were able to supply. It's a new application, and that was one interesting segment. The other was pharmaceuticals. So talk of any important pharmaceutical company which had an important role to play in COVID, right from providing medicine to now vaccine. Either we have directly supplied to them or through OEMs we got a chance to supply. So it feels very nice that in a larger problem of the nation and of mankind, SAPCON was able to do its little yet significant bit. We have more than 150 people, out of which a large part is dedicated to service. Like Manpreet has already told you about service. So service has also already told you about research. So in terms of service, it also means that we understand the applications carefully. We go to industry, we see applications, we talk to the end users, and we figure out what is it that they want. Are they using a compromised product just because something is available? Or do they want something specific? So paddy underwater, then I'll come to other applications, are all innovations that we have made closely with our end users. Another interesting segment is dairy, breweries, and pharmaceutical. Pharmaceutical I've covered to some extent. For example, dairies. I have not mentioned this product over here, but then ice sensors is a very interesting and a very new product that SAPCON has developed. So we got a request from IDMC, one of the leading OEMs in dairy segment. With them, we have developed this product. It is now a patent between IDMC and SAPCON. So we supply and we make it only for them. It caters a very critical application for dairies. So again, this was an innovation from our existing capacitance level transmitter. Of course, it meant that we almost changed the entire product. And we added far more many number of things, many new material, many new vendor system was created to cater to this specific application. So now very few companies, I think not more than 3 or 4 companies world over make this instrument. One of them is an Indian company, SAPCON. So like that, we have a team which understands, a team which attracts customer to develop products meant for them, of course, if they have industrial traction, and then a team to deliver them, manufacture and deliver them. So that is one strength of our technology, which I want to bring about in this forum. We are the first Indian company to have EHEDG approval for level switches. So with that, we've been able to cater to dairies, all automatic dairies. The other products have appeared on your screen. Breweries and distilleries, another segment, along with the natural gas power plants, which are coming up, again, need different kind of level switches. They have specific mounting arrangements. Hygiene is priority, whether it comes to dairies, pharmaceutical and food, for which you have an approval, for which you have different kind of specific mounting arrangements, which that application calls for. So all this we were able to develop by maintaining a good BOM, by having a very powerful mechanical research team also. Like electronics research team is very common, and I think many companies have a very vibrant electronics research team. We also are gifted with a very good and efficient mechanical research team. So that helped us in sort of developing a mounting bush arrangements, which these applications would call for. Dhananjay, let's go to the next slide. Paints, specialty chemicals, and pesticides. Again, all of them have become a very vital segment, especially in these pandemic times. I think sanitizers, everybody used. Suddenly, you had a lot of plants, a lot of chemical plants making sanitizers as one of their ACE products. So we were able to supply and cater to that requirement. What was important here is not the product, but the delivery aspect of it, because you needed these plants to be up and running very quickly to deliver. Of course, you had an importance of hygiene, you had an importance of hazard safety, for which we have an intrinsically safe approval. We have PISO. So we have these approvals are also required, plus delivering them very quickly was very important. So there were plants which were executed literally. If I can just use the metaphor to say they were delivered on yesterday basis in the peak of first wave. This continued through the year. So a lot of plants were up with this. So our liquid forks, our RF admittance-based level switches, which work in sticky media, which work in media which have a build-up and corrosion-making tendency. All these instruments work there. Intrinsically safe approval, zone 0, up to 3C, up to 2C, T3, ECT, FE coated probes, our liquid forks, capacitance transmitters, RF admittance switches, all these helped us really cater this market well and in time. So the philosophy which we broadly, while we cater these applications, follow is scalability, support, solutions, and supply. So supply is very important. We cannot be, our conscious decision is not to take too much time to supply something which is just a small wheel in the entire project. So we don't want somebody to plan 15, 20 weeks well in advance or languish for our product, which has a very important role, but a very limited investment. So we don't want that to the customers to wait for too long. So that is one thing. We have made our systems in a way that delivery is very quick, adaptability to changes, technology and customization is good. We also believe that advent in technology is important. We embrace it, and we embrace it very bravely and very quickly to catch up with the curve. But necessarily every advancement does not mean we increase the prices left, right, and center. Somewhere it is that the economy is getting pinched somewhere or the other. So it is that, of course, we have to be profitable. We are debt free. We have to be profitable. But at the same time, not dig deep into pockets of those who can pay. Deliverance, understanding the application and collecting data, and then realizing what changes have to be done, what the industry calls for, has helped us in catering different applications well over these years. Dhananjay, if you could move to the next slide, please. Cement is one of the segments that we started our business with back in '83 when Mr. Harvindar Palshikar was looking into the day-to-day affairs of our company. So this was the first industry segment we really made a forage in. So now any big plant which is coming up with an expansion will mostly have SAPCON. In the various innovations that we have done, we are the first in India to make a 200°C vibrating fork by making special crimping arrangement, which was very uncommon in those days. Recently, we came across an application in air quenching chambers in a very well-known cement plant in Rajasthan, where the shock temperature would go up much more than it was anticipated to. So normal steel SS316 would start having problems, probes would fail, and therefore it was becoming very dangerous, not only in terms of the production, but also in terms of people involved around the plant. So we were able to make a probe with special SS310. We spoke to various consultants, we spoke to the end user, we spent a good amount of time understanding the application, and we made a product with SS310 using special cooling fins and electronics, which can go up to a very large distance to keep them safe, up and running, even if the shock temperature goes up to 800, 900 degrees Celsius. The continuous temperature of 700 degrees C. This product helped us to cater a new application called WHRS, Weight Heat Recovery System, which I think every cement plant is now installing. New plants are coming up with WHRS, and old plants are also now installing WHRS. It's so important. So that part we were able to cater. Dhananjay, if you could move to the next slide, please. So these are the different aspects, technical aspects of WHRS instrument that I have just covered. Water treatment plant, of course, it is necessary to have presence in water treatment plants. Every state, every city has various requirements. In our Indore, at one point in time, almost all overhead tanks in our Indore Municipal Corporation had an instrument of SAPCON. So that would control the level of water in different tanks. So that is one tank farming that we are doing. Then MP LOH and MP ROF are loss of head and rate of flow indicators. Again, these one who tries to study and understand these, you would find them with all the approvals. There are a lot of protocols. There are various features which we have not included in our product. For example, a free totalizer. Totalizer typically was an equipment that people had to buy additional over and above an ROF. This has now been integrated. It is not we who chose to do it, but we interacted. We spent a good amount of time with end users, with consultants, and with OEMs and contractors to understand what is it that they want. How can we club inventory without charging you too much and making sure a good quality product comes to you, which is something which you require, not that it is a feature from my side which I sell, but I develop something which you require. I think that is the best deployment of technology which one can think of. And yeah, yes, Dhananjay. As you know, India is now grain surplus, and I think India has been doing well over the last few years in terms of handling grains and growing grains. They have to be stored properly. We don't want to lose the effort an agriculturist has put in raising these grains. They should being grains. Again, we have very compact vibrating forks which occupy very little space. They're aesthetically pleasant, so they fit well overall. Again, these companies need things to be delivered very, very quickly. And we've had an opportunity of delivering things within a few days. Within 3 or 4 days, we've been able to deliver at the end user's place thanks to the good inventory we carry, to finished products we carry in anticipation of what the market requires, by making a good market analysis, by having good data collection and having a good spread of industry and clients. So out of these 9 to 10,000 clients we have, some of them are active, some of them are, that's why there's a range of clients. We try to collect data, what they are doing, what is it that they require, what is it that their industry is looking forward to, how are their applications changing. For example, BFS machines, typically called packaging machines. Here the packet size of the pouch size has reduced over these years. That would mean our instrument has to trip much quicker than it used to. It looks like a small change, but it means a lot to make changes in the software of the instrument so that it is able to have a very, very small time delay and it snaps very quickly so that that pouch does not miss. So that was a good insight we were able to develop. Likewise, in pipe making industry, they have started adding bentonite and other chemicals to make plastics more tough. So that means a totally different application material for our instrument. So you add something to the product, the application changes. The behavior with our instrument changes, possibly the technology also changes. So these we were able to collect it with data, with analyzing, meeting people. You know, data analysis is one thing, but we understand that the man behind the machine is as knowledgeable as any data can be, because they tell us what is happening. We are in the field, we understand, and a good research team helps us quickly come up with a solution which we can deliver with a good, vibrant production team. Soybean oil. So again, there are some innovative products we have developed for this. For example, for the cooker, flaker, and crack seeds application, we have a continuous level indicator. When they add cyclohexane in the hazardous section of the plant and they recover it, we're left with DTD oil toaster, which is expensive. It is used as animal feed, and that is where possibly the profit of the soybean companies lies. So it has to be recovered well. The hexane has to be recovered and taken back and again added to the system. So this is a very challenging application. So here we have developed using a Lovejoy coupling, a continuous level indicator. And I think we have a situation of monopoly in this, for this particular product and application. We have approvals. It is about understanding the designing and bringing something which the customer wants. That is the central idea of working with SAPCON. Engaging people, having a long-term sustainable equation with both the customer, application, and the instrument. So consistency is at the center of these thoughts and this philosophy. Finally, it's a great time for any Indian company to work. The only challenge is sometimes the mindset. The only challenge we face is the mindset that sometimes it is so thought that instrumentation and Indian companies may not go along. But that is a mindset of few of our clients which we're working to change. And I think it is changing quicker than we anticipated it to change. And our products are doing the needful. We've hardly got any chance to really convince anyone. Products do the needful. I now request Dhananjay to discuss open source, another good initiative of SAPCON. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I hope I'm audible. And so I think over the last 2 days, we've talked about a lot of technologies in open source, especially covered by Schneider Electric. And I think Center for Industry 4.0 also covered those in some detail. Now, open source technologies have been there for quite some time. The challenge sometimes is to try and understand and try and start using them in your own organization. So what we tend to do with this presentation, the last part of the presentation, is try to share our own experience as SAPCON instruments for the last 8 years in how we've tried to use open source and benefited from it. So here, I think my screen, yeah, I think you can see me now. Okay, so so what you see in the screen is, so open source is a very big word, and that big word involves a lot of terminologies. You'll understand Linux. Probably most of you have heard of Android software, which is again open source. So to provide you a starting point, I'll try and go one by one and explain in brief the kind of tools we're using. The most popular one is an operating system called Ubuntu. Ubuntu has been there for quite some time now, and this non experience has been quite flawless. It's easy to install, easy to use, and most people coming in from Windows have found it very user friendly. It also comes along with an Office package called LibreOffice. So as far as Office, emails, printing, documents, anything of that sort is concerned, I think it serves a purpose of being a very reliable operating system. Again, this now becomes a more technical aspect. This particularly should interest budding engineers and designers, because KiCad is a PCB design software which has been developed by CERN, that discovered the large, that developed the Large Hadron Collider and discovered the Bose particle. Now here, the Higgs boson equation. So these guys have developed this great tool, which of course is free of cost and is amazingly powerful. So if you're coming in from Eagle or Cadence, you'll be quite at home in trying to get your things done here. Again, this is one of the most open EMS is an electromagnetic field solver. If you have done if you've done antenna simulations or PCB design simulations, OpenEM, then you might be aware of Agilent, Keysight, and Microwave Office, those kind of software, which tend to be as expensive as 50 lakhs. Now, OpenEMS is a framework which is based, which is a collection of several software, which gets you a lot of these facilities literally for free. And it's completely open source. I think out of all the tools that most automation companies use, a CAD parametric modeler like SolidWorks or AutoCAD is probably the most common one. Now, we've been using FreeCAD for quite some time now, and FreeCAD does the job as well as probably any other tool would do. We've designed dies, 3D printed parts from this. We've also done FEM simulations on these. So FreeCAD does get a job done as far as whatever CAD requires to be, whatever 3D CAD and mechanical design needs to be done. Now, one of the very important discoveries that we made about 3-4 years back was a software developed in India called ERP Next. It's again an ERP which is open source, completely cloud-based, and so this particular package has helped us digitize the entire company. So right from the sales processes to our manufacturing, where we're managing around 1 million bombs, to try and deliver and letting customers configure instruments online. All of that is done via this package called ERP Next, and this is quite powerful. So one of the demos that I would like to show off on our website, which is again based on ERP, is how one can configure a level instrument online. This is completely done using open source. So now you can just browse through a product, configure it, and send it to the card. So this is directly connected to our internal ERP systems. So these quotations get created internally. This just provides an idea of the power of open source that we can use to digitize the companies in a very fast and a reliable way at the same time. Reliability is sometimes a concern that people express when talking about open source. And that's why we found it very important to share with you our experience of trying to use these software, because there's a lot out there. And our experience here would definitely help others to try and choose software on their own. One of the things that you mentioned earlier was the kind of configurations, the number of configurations we have. Now, for one of our products called RF admittance, we have around 85,000 configurations. All of them are maintained on the ERP. This is just one of the examples of how we use ERPs. Are there any questions?
Yes, Dhananjay. So there are a couple of questions. Yeah, there are a couple of questions to be asked. Shall I proceed?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, one second. So the very first question is, are the open source technologies are reliable? Is there any downside for this technology?
So each technology is at a different stage of maturity. So Ubuntu operating system is quite reliable. ERP Next is reasonably reliable, but there's no one size fits all answer. But if you do a little bit digging, you'll probably find out how reliable they are. The ones that I've presented are mostly reliable in our experience.
Okay. The next question is, how are you preparing for Industry 4.0?
So what we've done in terms of our own instruments and devices is that most of them have now got a digital output. And these are the sensor points. This is where you get the real data from. So once our folks vibrating folks have ASI outputs, Modbus outputs, this is what is going to be picked up by a gateway and then sent over the cloud.
Okay. And the last question for the today's session. Are the SAPCON switches seal certified? If yes, what is the level of seal capability?
So CE certification has several clauses, EMI, EMC certificates. They are we use CA marking there. And for each classes, there is, you have radiation immunity, there's conductive immunity. Each will have its own class individually. So there's no one single class where I can say that all of them are certified, but every head will have its own class of certification.
Okay, thanks a lot. First, we thank you in behalf of the ISA Maharashtra EC committee to participate and being sponsored for this event. It was a wonderful presentation, and I hope and I wish you a very bright future for your company. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ashwin. Thank you, Manpreet.
Thank you, Rishikesh. It was a pleasure being a part of this, and we all wish you all safe and happy times ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Shireen.
Thank you, Rishikesh, and thanks to all the speakers. Thank you very much. It was indeed very interactive, and we really got to learn a lot. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation and for all your insightful information. Thank you so much. And being the second day, it is the time for the awards and recognition. So let's start. Then we are not wasting any more time. With a view of encouraging talent, we are very much pleased to announce ISA Maharashtra Honors and Award Program. This program honors those members who have made significant contributions to the society, automation community, and ISA Maharashtra section advancement. This award program offers a variety of award categories to honor both technical accomplishment and service to the society. Our members are also recognized for volunteering their efforts and time to provide the leadership necessary to advance the vision, mission, strategy, and goals of ISA Maharashtra section. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our first category of award, and to do the honor, I would like to introduce none other than Mr. Harvindar Gambhir, a doctorate in project and maintenance management, engineering degree in industrial electronics, and BSc in physics and mathematics, Mumbai University. He is a chartered engineer and fellow member of IETE, and presently its vice chairman of Mumbai chapter. He is also a senior life member of ISA, also past president of ISA Maharashtra section, presently honors and award chair. He has over 45 years of experience in project construction, commissioning and maintenance of control and instrumentation, and have worked with reputed companies such as Reliance Industries, Mumbai, Shell Muscat, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation, Mumbai, and Nozzle, Thane. Ladies and gentlemen, he also has written number of technical papers published in engineering handbooks of Mr. Bella, Liptak, and in other journals. It is absolutely a pleasure to welcome Mr. Gambhir for the first set of awards that we have. Mr. Gambhir, over to you.
Thanks, Shri. Am I audible, Shri?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to do this honors and award first segment. We received a very good response in terms of nominations. However, it was very tough for the jury to select the awards. But those who could not be awarded today must not get disheartened. You are in no way less. Let this inspire you to do more next time. Can you go to the next slide, Sri? Next slide, please. Yeah. The students are the future of the world, including of ISA. It is my honor to announce the awards connected to ISAM student section. Our first award is for the technical paper presentation competition 2021 organized by ISA Maharashtra and the ISA unit of Universal College of Engineering, Vasai. Here we must appreciate the efforts of the Universal College of Engineering for hosting this competition under the leadership of respected principal Dr. J.B. Patil and faculty advisor Professor Mrs. Kaveri Sawant. ISAM thanks you heartedly. The first prize goes for the project Tasha, a digital human chatbot. The students are Mr. Teja Supadhyay, Ms. Shaili Verma, Ms. Aishwarya Taude. The college is Universal College of Engineering, Vasai. The second college also goes to same college, Universal College of Engineering, Vasai, and that project was on Google Assistant controlled home. And the student is Mr. Arsh Gopani. Third prize goes to St. Francis Institute of Technology, Borivali, for the project detecting and analyzing depression using EEG. The students are Mr. Nishad Vartak, Mr. Nilanjan Chaudhary. Congratulations to all the students and the colleges. Shireen, next slide, please. The best student leader 2021. Here, basically, originally we were planning only one award, but looking at the talent, which was really budding, we increased it to 3. So the next 3 awards, we'll go through one by one. Next slide, please. Mr. Lewin Narona is a student president, Vivekanand Education Society of Technology, Chembur, Mumbai. He is doing Bachelor Engineering in Electronics and Telecom Engineering. Yeah, congratulations, Lewin. Wish you more. The next one is Mr. Sumed Girish Joshi. He is a student president of Ram Rao Adik Institute of Technology, student section, Nehru, Navi Mumbai. He is pursuing Bachelor of Engineering in Instrumentation Engineering. Congrats, Sumit. The last prize in this section goes to Mr. Archit Rajiv Kohli. He is the president of ISA Mukesh Patel School of Technology, Management Engineering, NMIS University, Mumbai. He's doing Bachelor of Technology in Mechanical Engineering. Congrats, Archit. And being a mechanical, we are greatly honored to honor you on ISA platform. The next award is for the best student faculty advisor. We go to the next slide. Here, the best, Mr. Assistant Professor Vikas Karade. He is assistant professor Instrumentation Engineering at PVPIT, Budgaon, Sangli, Maharashtra since 2009. Is a Master of Engineering for VIT Pune with total experience of 15 years. He is a ISA faculty coordinator for ISA student section since last 7 years. He has arranged many program webinars for students from rural area. PVIT student section is existing for last 23 years and associated with ISA Maharashtra. He has presented many papers and international journals. He's got a patent. And the thing to really mention is that being in the rural area, this section, this assistant professor Karade and his college is doing a splendid job. Congratulations, Professor Vikas Karade. Now comes the biggest award of the student sections, ISA student section, which is the best student section, 2021. Here also competition was very tough. There were 3 colleges, equally good, but in number of memberships and events, there was very little margin by which this has come up, and we are happy to announce this award. Next slide, madam. Which is the Mukesh School of Technology, Management and Engineering, Mumbai. If you see the current members are 88, which is a very big number. And we are very proud of this college also. Huge numbers of programs were organized in 2021. Automation, the road to next generation. It had 3 series of webinar, latex workshop, Verba Bellum, second education, youth parliament with 3 technical agendas. The tech wizard, tech it out, and the most special thing was the EVE safety application, which was conceptualized and developed for a mobile application. This has found mention in our ISA's Intech magazine of headquarters. We are very proud of you, Mukesh Patil School of Technology. You have made us proud. Thank you very much. I hand over this baton back to Shri. Thank you.
Very much, sir. Thank you very much, and indeed a pleasure having you here along with us today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next category. The category is called Leader Excellent section. Recognizing and of course ISA Maharashtra section leader, who is in the previous and current years has provided exceptional efforts in organizing, development, implementation of activities to further the objectives of the section. I would now like to welcome Mr. Vaibhav Mehta to continue with the awards category.
Thank you, Shirin. Thanks a lot. So we come up with a new award is Section Leader Excellence 2021. So first, I congratulate to Siddharth Chaudhary. He is ISA member since long. Congratulations, Siddharth. Mr. Chaudhary is working with Tyson Group Industrial Solution India Private Limited as a senior engineer. Instrumentation since last 6 years. His B instrumentation from Vivekananda Education Society, Institute of Technology. Then he is a webmaster and social media chair since 2018 with ISA Maharashtra section. And mainly and importantly, he is a part of PPPA 2020 and PPPA 2021 implementation team. Thank you. Thank you, Siddharth, for your contribution towards the ISA Maharashtra. And once again, congratulations to you. Next award is Assistant Professor Trupti Mane Puria. Congratulations, madam. Professor Trupti is Master of Engineering from INC, having 17 years of teaching experience in instrumentation engineering at Vidyavardhani College of Engineering and Technology, Vasai, Maharashtra. She is a faculty advisor for VCET ISA student section chapter since 2015 and 16. She was newsletter editor for 2018 and 19, 19 and 20, for ISA Maharashtra section. She has organized and hosted a leadership development program in Goa for the ISA Maharashtra section in 2018-19. So major role in the organization of Triple PAB 2020, and she was responsible for publishing souvenirs and the book of paper presented during the event. She was appreciated by Mr. Brian Curtis, ex-president ISA USA 2018-19, for commendable work on newsletter during his India visit. Congratulations, Professor Trupti Mane. Thank you. Thank you for the contribution at ISA Maharashtra. Next, Mr. Aniket Ravikant Manjrekar. Congratulations, Aniket. Mr. Manjrekar is currently working in Sai Sanket Industries Private Limited, Mumbai, as a technical manager, C&I department. He is B into instrumentation and control from Mumbai University. His total experience is 8 years of successful career in automation industries with the WTP, STP filtration plants and the government projects and designing automation systems. He is an active with ISA Maharashtra Executive Committee since 2018 with various chairs, and mainly he is the part of Triple Pay 2020 and 2021 implementation team. So specially, congratulations to Aniket. Thanks you. Thanks a lot. Over to Shirin.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed a pleasure, receiving the award and of course the names of the awardees from you. Thank you so much. And now moving on to our next set of award, and that is called the Emerging Leadership Award. Recognizes a leader who in the previous year has provided exceptional efforts in organization, development, and implemented to further the objectives of this particular session, And to do the honor, I would like to invite none other than Mr. Limaye. Sir, over to you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's a great pleasure in announcing Mr. Chirag Shah for the award. Mr. Chirag Shah is working in Schneider Electric as Senior Manager Marketing and has more than 20 years of experience in process and machine automation industry. Chirag is a BE in Instrumentation and Control, Marketing from LT College of Engineering, Gujarat, and MBA from National Institute of Retail Management. He closely worked with ISA, IEC, Fieldcom Group, AIA, and Lions Club. He's a passionate professional with marketing and brand management exposure, enjoys meeting new people and learning about their lives and backgrounds. He easily finds common interest with strangers and tends to make most people feel comfortable. He finds the skill especially advantageous when kicking off projects with new clients. Congratulations, Mr. Shah, for the award. Yeah, we have the next awardee, Ms. Chanvi Otwani. Ms. Chanvi is a sales and marketing professional with 9 years experience in industrial process automation. She is a gold medalist in Instrumentation and Control, MBA from IIM Indore, Global Immersion Business Management from NTU Singapore. She was Marketing Chair, ISA Maharashtra section in 2021. She is Executive Committee member since 2018. Contribution in marketing, bringing delegates for the mega event, PPPA 2020, digital marketing, in industrial automation students at VCET College and conducted online webinars for VCET College. And she was a committee member for PPPA 2021 virtual event, handled core marketing activity. Congratulations, Janvi.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, a pleasure having you along with us today. And of course, for doing the honor. Moving on to our next category. The category is called Distinguished Professional Award. Recognizes an individual who has led or had been leading in the field of instrumentation, automation for more than 15 years with outstanding contributions, achievements, leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, to announce the award winners, I would like to now invite Mr. Sanjay Joshi. Mr. Joshi is a ISA Life member, currently working as Standards and Practices Chair in current Executive Committee. 35 years of experience with major of EPC and L&T, Jacobs, Petrofac, and UHDE. Please join me welcoming Mr. Sanjay Joshi. So over to you.
Hello. Yeah, I'm visible. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, yes, you're audible and visible as well.
Yeah. Okay, so it's my pleasure to announce the distinguished professionals in this instrumentation and automation field in this year 2021, who are basically from our Maharashtra section and who help in instrumentation development. The first honor we want to confer on Mr. T. Paramasivam. Mr. Paramasivam has 36 years of wonderful and memorable career as General Manager I&C and Electrical Engineering and Construction in BPCL, that is Bharat Petroleum Mumbai Refinery. He just superannuated on 31st May, and he was heading the I&C maintenance function in BPCL Mumbai Refinery for last 5 years with a team of engineers working for the control of network activities and the crude receipts and product dispatch. In the last 3 decades, he had the opportunity to travel along with the latest technologies and implement successful DCS systems which enable reliability and digital platforms to operation and control groups. Congrats to Mr. T. Paramasivam. Now, next, we want to confer the honors on Dr. Kirti Kumar Shah. Dr. Shah is currently Associate Director and Engineering Manager, Electrification, Modification and Maintenance Projects of Aker Solutions India Limited, which is a part of Aker Solutions Norway. Dr. Kirti Shah is an I&C expert with over 3 decades of professional experience in onshore and offshore. He has also worked on various chemical, petrochemicals, and metal projects. He has spearheaded the Instrumentation and Control Department of Aker Solutions India since 2010, overseeing the team of 130 engineers. Congrats to Kirti Kumar Shah. Then next, we want to confirm our honors to Mr. Rajanish Lokhande. Mr. Rajanish Lokhande is a Senior General Manager and Head of Instrumentation and Automation Department at ThyssenKrupp Industrial Solutions India, which is a leading EPC company for the execution of chemical process plants. Mr. Lokhande has a degree in Instrumentation Engineering from College of Engineering, Pune. He is a certified functional safety engineer and involved in implementation of functional safety of various projects. He is involved in execution and management of instrumentation engineering and commissioning activities of various chemicals, petrochemicals, refineries, and fertilizer plants. He's a member of ISA and has read several papers on functional safety in various industry forums. Congrats to Mr. Rajanish. And we also want to confer our honors on Mr. Asif Mullah. Mr. Asif Mullah is the head of Control and Instrumentation Department with Technip Energies, Mumbai. He is a Bachelor of Engineering in Instrumentation from VSIT, Mumbai. He has 29 plus years of experience in the field of instrumentation and control in offshore, onshore, oil and gas, refinery, petrochemical, and agrochemical industries. He has worked on consultant side as well as on the client side, both having worked with Technip Energies, Shaw India, Mott MacDonald, Sadaf, Techint, and Rallis. He is a certified internal auditor for ISO 14000 certifications. He is a member of jury for the Frost and Sullivan Awards in Automation and Instrumentation section for year 2017 and 18. Congrats to Mr. Asif Mullah. All these honors, the trophies will be couriered to you because being a virtual event, we cannot personally hand it over to you. So we will courier it to you. Once again, congrats to all these distinguished professionals. Back to Shireen, please.
Thank you very much, Sanjay sir. It was indeed a pleasure having you along with us. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next category. The next category that we have is called Lifetime Achievement Award. Recognizes an ISA member of at least 20 years for playing leading roles in industry, in development, execution of programs, initiatives, activities in professional lifetime. And to do the honor, I would request Mr. V.P. Raman to please do the needful to do the honor. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Shireen. Now, I think it is a great privilege for me to announce the Lifetime Achievement Award, because this, according to me, is icing on the cake. The first award for Lifetime Achievement goes to Mr. Balwant Godbole. Godbole is a very known and recognized figure in the field of instrumentation and control, and more important, he is always associated with ISA. The instant you talk about ISA Maharashtra, we remember Mr. Godbole. He started his career in UK from 54 to 59 with George Kent Luton, England. Also achieved chartered membership of the Institution of Mechanical Engineers UK. Joined Hardilia Chemical, Navi Mumbai in 1966. In 1982, he became the President ISA India section. Around 1989, ISA promoted India as ISA's India region with new section of Maharashtra and Gujarat. He was formative president of Maharashtra section and also its executive officer from 1990 to 2005. He has also participated in overseas events and with stalls having Indian manufacturer in Singapore, Germany, and in USA exhibitions. He is editor and publisher of sections magazine Intech for 15 years till 2005. He was the India region chairman of ISA 1995-96. He was the first DVP of District 14 in the year 2003-04. In ISA, his most prestigious awards were Distinguished Society Service Award and Maximum Membership Nomination Award. He is a lifelong senior member and now affiliated with ISA Pune section. It is a great fortune for me, or I was really fortunate that I was associated in Godbole right from 1997 when I became the member of ISA Maharashtra section. In fact, I had the opportunity to work along with him for almost 8 to 9 years. Mr. Balwan Golbole, congratulations. The second Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Dr. Bharat Mehta. We all have heard him. He is also very, very renowned instrument professional in Maharashtra section. He is a very renowned professional, not only of Maharashtra, but throughout India. He has got a lot of achievements. And he has been recognized not only in Maharashtra, also worldwide because of his various association with the various units. Dr. B.R. Mehta retired after working with Reliance for more than 35 years as Senior Vice President heading the Design and Engineering Department in the field of instrumentation and control. He has over 48 plus years of experience in refinery, petrochemicals, and chemicals. He is a member of End User Advisory Council worldwide for Fieldcom Group. He is a chairman of IEC in Mumbai since its inception for the last 18 plus years and also life member of the club. He is the chairperson of India Customer Advisory Council of Honeywell Automation India, and he performed the key role as Board of Governor for Automation. He became ISA Fellow in 2013, District Vice President for District 14 for the year 2015-2016. He was awarded the Doctorate of Professional Entrepreneurship, majoring in Engineering Management in 2015. He was also awarded a PhD in Control System and Instrumentation by French Institute École Supérieure Robert Noban in February 2017. Dr. Mehta was awarded Lifetime Achievement Award by Sindhi Chamber of Commerce and Economic Times in 2013. The award was given by Mrs. Amrita Fadnavis, wife of Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And again, I would say I am really fortunate to have got associated with Dr. Mehta right from early 1990s. It is a great honor and privilege, sir. So Dr. B.R. Mehta, congratulations. Thank you very much. And Shireen, please take the charge.
Thank you, Raman sir. It was absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much once again for doing the honor. And now, last but not the least, we have a very, very special award. And I would like to welcome once again Ms. Abidan, Dr. Harvindar Gambhir to the panel. So,
my video is not on.
yes, sir.
Yeah, good evening again. Can you hear me, Shireen?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Okay, once back again with the last and the most special award. This is my honor, really. It's a very special award proposed by our PPA 21 organizing committee. This was not originally part of the jury awards. In the PPA meeting, this was proposed. The person who was the one who proposed this event, PPA 2021, and led the team very effectively. For that person, we are very pleased to honor him for his vision, his efforts, his leadership, and teamwork. Next page. The award is specially named Spotlight Award, ACE of Initiative 2021. This name has been coined by our committee member, Ms. Janvi Hotani. Now, I am happy to announce the name of Mr. Vaibhav Narkar. You have all heard him. He is the man behind the spirit. He is the regional manager of Vega India Level and Pressure Measurement Limited. He is a BE instrumentation and worked in the past with Endress Hauser and Honeywell. Total 9 years of experience. ISA member since 2002. Presently, he is a Maharashtra section president. You have heard him so many number of times the last 2 days. He has been the Maharashtra EC member in past years, the treasurer, etc. He is the committee member and leader of the PPA 2021 virtual event. He is a member of Department of Advisory Board, Mechatronics Engineering Department, MPS ME Mumbai University. He is a member of Academic Advisory Committee, PVPIT Sangli, Maharashtra. Vaibhav, we are very pleased to congratulate you. Congrats from all of us in the committee. Next slide. Here I would like to add some closing points. I would like to also thank the jury who did extensive work in going through nomination, sitting together for discussions and making this possible. The jury were Mr. C.S. Limaye, Mr. Sanjay Joshi, Mr. K. Manjre, Mr. Vaibhav Narkar. Thanks to all of you for this, making this honors and award happen correctly. And for the jury, for the technical paper competition were Mr. V.P. Raman, Mr. Agnihotri, and Mr. Sanjay Joshi. Thank you again, all of you. Thank you very much. Back to Shireen.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. It was indeed amazing. And of course, it was absolutely an amazing association with you all fine people.
So let me proceed with the closing remarks as per the agenda. It has been a very engaging and informative day. I'm sure all the delegates and the organizers, including us, have learned something new in last 2 days presentations and talks. Total today we had 7 talks by partners and also by expert lectures. The day started very well with Mr. Anil Bhatia, Vice President and MD, Emerson Automation Solutions India. It was a very nice talk on secured IoT operability from sensor to IT enterprise. Very knowledgeable. We learned that it needs a clearly defined vision and roadmap for the digital transformation. We learned about data lake. Data is new oil or new gold. A very good term. I heard from earlier Mr. Mukesh Vyas also. He spoke about cyber security across all the layers and also about transformation. Think big, start small, and move fast. Next was on plant digitization, addressing the changing business environment by Emerson Solutions, Mr. Jigar Kayastha and KAUSHAL SHRIVASTAVA. They spoke of the challenges today and way forward, the pervasive sensors, data and connectivity, wireless HART, platforms and software, diagnostics, rule-based analytics and dashboards, plant web. Very wonderful talk again. Third was by Mukesh Vyas, GM, Group Head, Integrated Solutions, Forbes Marshall Private Limited, reliability for effective process safety management of rotating machines with condition monitoring. I spoke on the Shinkama hardware and software, the DIKW pyramid, data, information, knowledge, wisdom, make in India, a thing we have to be proud of. Various examples he gave on coal-fired power plant, refinery, a cloud-based vibration monitoring system, and the questions answered on the speed, low speed motors and pumps. The fourth one was by our Mr. Chandrashekhar Limaye, Director, Supertex Instrumentation, Digitization in post-COVID era, on specialty chemicals, pharma, food and beverages. He showed us about the digital transformation pyramid and features, the features required for the emerging industries, open automation framework, the new automation of new DCS system, how we can get most of the digitization, and gave us wonderful case studies on power plant. He ended by saying digitalization is not an option, but a surviving strategy. So true. Next talk was by Mr. Vaibhav Mehta, Director, New Flow Automation, India Private Limited, Pneumatic Solutions to Industry. This is not really pure digitalization, but really use of digitalization in machinery or pneumatic machinery. New thought which many of us were exposed to about the pneumatic cylinders, about being used in buses and trams. I spoke about boiler gate application, bulk power handling, assembly lines, and door systems of Dasan Motors. So nice, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Mehta. Sixth one was by Mr. Bhaskar, Senior GM, Environmental Engineering, Murugam Organo Water Solutions Private Limited. The topic was digitalization of total water system. Again, a great topic. Everybody needs water. Water is very important. And he spoke about pure water, ultra water. So this is no more a voluntary action, he stated. It is required to save the earth and the environment, to make sure the water is treated properly. It goes from cost to reliability to predictability. The solutions given by them to achieving this need digitalization to achieve above. And we have seen the benefits. The energy consumption went down to 20 to 30%. Availability went up by 20 to 25%, and maintenance costs got reduced from 25 to 30%. So big daughter, water doctor, that's what they are. Thank you very much. I think these were the topics which I could note down. And further, I want to add certain things. Beyond these topics, we also had wonderful moderators, Mr. Raman, Mr. Sawant, Janvi, Rishikesh, who kept the auditions, the delegates, and the speakers very well engaged with the researching questions, which they could answer so nicely. And last but not the least, Ms. Shireen, she kept us with the Shairi and quizzes, Dil, Dhadkan, then I can, yes, we can, then Chal Samay Ki Talash Hai. Shireen, fantastic, thank you. And icing on the cake, as Raman says, was honors and awards. These were the events of the day. I hope you all enjoyed it. I did really enjoy it very much today. Thank you, Shireen.
Thank you very much, Harvindar sir. That was indeed amazing. And it's actually amazing to listen to you. Thank you very much for your closing remarks. And before we move on to our end, once again, I would like to say that, we've already announced the winners for today's quiz section, And let me tell you that all the winners are receiving gift prize worth 3,000. And I've already given you the winner's name. Once again, it's Manish Kumar from EIL, Dayananda Shetty from Spray India, and Manav Singapuri. We still haven't got the details about his organization, but you are the winners, of course, for today's quiz contest. Congratulations, and you're winning yourself, of course, a gift prize of rupees 3,000. Congratulations once again. Now we have come towards the end.
Shirin, can I interrupt you? Shirin?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I missed one more talk. My apologies to SAPCON. It was a wonderful talk. Can I just mention that? Can I just say that?
Yes, over to her.
My apologies to our guest, Mr. Ashwin Palshikar team, SAPCON. I missed mentioning about that. I would like to finish that also. Our last talk was by Mr. Ashwin Palshikar, Director, SAPCON Instrument, and his colleagues, Ms. Manpreet and Dhananjay. It was a wonderful talk on level switches in new and diverse applications, in challenging applications. I could see that basically I am from oil and gas companies, and I realized that some areas are there which people like us are not much aware. And your applications in grain storage, seeds, and cement, dairies, breweries, farmers are really wonderful application. You are using open source technologies. That is also great. Anybody can plug into the system and use them. And you are a company with a heart, I must say. You have done 1,200 beds in COVID care, PM Care Fund, and employees and vendors welfare. Thank you very much, Ashwinji, for your talk. Apology again for missing you out early.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is, of course, a pleasure to have all the delegates and VIPs, and of course, the dignitaries, and along with us, all the speakers, moderators. It was absolutely indeed a very, very pleasurable, informative, and very active and energetic day. After the success of the first day, the second day went absolutely overwhelming, and we didn't even understand how exactly the time went by. Now it is the time, the vote of the thanks, and for vote of thanks, I would like to invite none other than Mr. Santosh Patil. Mr. Santosh Patil graduated in Instrumentation Engineering from University of Kolhapur 1997. He also has received Master in Business Administration, Finance from Jamanlal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai University, and Diploma in Material Management from Wellinger Institute of Management Studies. He has qualified PET exam of Mumbai University for doctorate program in management. He is BVQI certificate auditor for quality management systems, ISO 9001, ISO 40001, and OHSAS 18001. Santosh Patil is a strategic professional with 23 years of rich experience in the field of instrumentation and control of petrochemical industry in the domain of operations, maintenance, and project management. Member of Technical Development of India, TDC, and of course, a member of ISA during student life, during industry life from 2008. Presently working as an executive committee member for International Society of Automation. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Mr. Patil for the vote of thanks. Mr. Patil, over to you.
Thank you, Shireen. I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It has been our pleasure to host the virtual conference on Power, Petroleum, Process Automation, PPPA 2021. It is said that showing gratitude is one of the simplest yet most powerful thing human can do for others. On behalf of ISA Maharashtra section, I am thankful to all the delegates for joining this virtual conference. We have been fortunate to have the eminent speakers from industry. I am thankful to all the esteemed speakers, Dr. P.R. Mehta, Mr. P.V. Shivram, Mr. Anil Bhatia, and Mr. Chandrashekhar Limaye for sharing their technical know-how. I am very much thankful to all the sponsors. Without their support, it would not have been possible to organize this conference. I am sure that all the participants must have benefited by gaining technical knowledge and product information shared during these 2 days program. I'm thankful to our technology partner, Thestic, media partner, Industrial Automation. I'm thankful to all moderators and program coordinators. I'm very much thankful to our senior members. Their continuous support and guidance have greatly helped towards the successful organization of PPA 2021. Last but not least, I am thankful to ISA Maharashtra Executive Committee and ISA Maharashtra sections member. Because of their relentless efforts, we make this happen. I am proud to say that ISA Maharashtra section will continue to organize such mega events in future also. Please note that all awardees, expert speakers, sponsors, and partners, we will send your trophies and awards to your respective addresses. With this, we announce that this conference is over. Please follow all the safety guidelines of COVID-19. Be careful, be safe. Have a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh, sir. It was very, very brilliant, especially the last part, of course, no matter what. And things probably are getting very, very difficult with times because of COVID-19. So it is very, very important for all of us to, take all the safety precautions. Even if you're at home, Please make sure that you're taking all the safety precautions and you're making yourself safe, as well as the elderly ones and the children. Everyone, take care of your loved ones also as well. Once again, on behalf of ISA Maharashtra section, I would like to thank all our VIP members, delegates, speakers, moderators, sponsors, and of course the event partner Tastic. Our sponsors: Schneider Electric, Vega Immersion, Forbes Marshall, SICK India, Pyro Electric, New Flow, Murugappa Organo Water Solutions, Sapcon, Vital, and our media partner is IED. And of course, a special thanks to all the delegates and speakers for making this PPPA 2021 a super success for day 1 and day 2. Not forgetting that with a promise, we are taking your leave that yes, we'll definitely be conducting many such events and virtual symposium, virtual events, webinars, and physical events with time, and of course to have a better future. कहते हैं गुजरी हुई जिंदगी को याद ना कर, गुजरी हुई जिंदगी को याद ना कर, तकदीर में जो लिखा है उसकी फरियाद ना कर, जो होगा वो होके रहेगा, तो कल की सोच में आज की खुशी बर्बाद मत कर. On that note, I would take your leave. Shabba khair, good evening, and take care of yourself. Namaskar.